She has been consulting on strategy with the program, so they have a lot of resources coming in. They are so looking forward to competing even more than they have before as a manufacturer.
Ruth was a tremendous asset to us when we had F1 on NBC. She used to communicate with us, her time at Haas as well, and there's that Ferrari connection, which you then take that lineage back to David Salters, because David was at Ferrari as well during his F1 tenure. So this is a serious operation here with HRC and Acura Meyer Shank Racing, and they still have a shot. They still have a shot to be in this with 4:42 left on the clock.
Yeah, this is going to become a shootout. It's all about minimizing mistakes, and as we see that, Dixie in deep again. I thought on the previous lap when he did it in traffic, it was just the traffic that made him hit that brake pedal a little bit harder. He had to hold the car a little bit more than he thought he anticipated, but that was a little mistake there by Dixie. So many tools on that steering wheel he can work with his brake-by-wire system to those rear wheels. It is a tricky car to drive. So I wonder whether he maybe locked up a brake on that previous lock, locked up a tire. Be a little flat spot he's dealing with, but he's calm enough to deal with these situations. He'll get back into a groove, he'll make the necessary adjustments. Talking to the team about what he's feeling, they may give him suggestions with the tools he's got to work with.
Yes, and you were seeing correctly, Scott was in between first and second in LMP2 between Dane Cameron and Matthew Vaxivière until that lockup, and then Vaxivière went back on by. In GTD Pro, Neil Verhagen still leads for Paul Miller, and then Nico Verone, and then Olsen in third. You've got a BMW, a Corvette, a Ford, and then Maxime Martin. 4 different manufacturers in the top 4 in GTD Pro. Marvin Kirchhoffer still leads in that AWA Corvette in GTD over Tom Sargent, the Rolex 24 rookie. He is on debut. He's come out of Porsche Carrera Cup racing in Australia and loving this. And then Kenton Cook in the Mercedes, and then Robbie Foley, and then Zach Robichon. You've got 5 different manufacturers in the top 5 positions in GTD. That's awesome.
Yeah, it's just a melting pot. I mean, and hats off to all of the technical group here at IMSA for getting their sums right. I mean, so many cars seem to be competitive here in all of the classes. In with a shout of victory. I'm sure there's a few grumbles down there. You can't get it right completely. And Daytona is certainly a unique racetrack as well to try and equate the lap times when you got so much straightaway to deal with as well. Different architecture of the engines. But I think also a big success to these torque sensors that we've had on the GTP cars for the last couple of years, but they're new for the GTD categories. And I haven't really heard any issues with those, Lee, and everyone was really concerned about breaking them in, so to speak, here at the biggest race of the season, at the Rolex 24. Many of the manufacturers in the class, other than Mercedes, did have a chance to work with those in the World Endurance Championship last year where they were introduced. But this has just been a phenomenal debut with that new technology.
I was talking to Roman DeAngelis about that the other day, and he said we feel like we have a little bit of a head start, certainly with Aston Martin, because Aston Martin had been running that in the World Endurance Championship. And I said, do you have to change the way that you drive? And he said, well, a little bit, not really. You just got to be careful about how hard you hit the curves, because that can cause a spike with the sensors in the data, and you don't want to do that. And he said, but unfortunately that 007 Aston Martin is out of the race. It was one of the retirements last night, unfortunately. As far as retirements, of the 61 cars that started, 14 have officially retired.
See if there was some contact here. 4 in the 12. It's coming out of turn 6.
Oh yeah.
Car just washes up there of young Nico Verone.
Bit of body work went flying. By the way, there's been a change at the top of LMP2. Dane Cameron
In the pit.
is in the pit. Vaxivière goes to the top. Vial the second.
That is going to be a shootout. We've seen it so many times, those close finishes. Colton Herta put that big run to take the lead late in the going down into the Le Mans chicane, as we see our leader, Nick Tandy, a little bit off strategy with the cars that elected to top up, so he's in a little bit earlier than the rest. Kevy.
Yeah, he's the only one among the front runners in GTP that did not come in, so he needed to make this stop. Driver change. Nick Tandy is getting out. Lawrence Vantor is getting in. Tandy with another solid stint. Remember, he's the new addition. He joined Felipe Nasser, who won the championship last year. Tandy moves over from the 6 to the 7. So they've got options going down the stretch with either Nasser again. Tandy can come back in, but you've got Lawrence Vantor for the next stint, and they will get as much energy as they can. And let's start to see how everybody starts to perform as the track heats up. It is very comfortable today, and it should be the warmest it's been all week plus here in Daytona by the time we finish.
Yeah, for Nick Tandy, he's going after a remarkable record to be the first driver ever. There are 9 drivers that have 3 victories. When we talk about the big 4 24-hour race, that would be Le Mans, Daytona, the Nürburgring 24, and the Spa 24. Nick Tandy has had overall victories in all of them, other than here at the Rolex. There's another driver in this field, that's Earl Bamber. He's sharing that car, the 31 car, but that's had some drama with that big hit last night with Esty behind the wheel, so he's not ready for the show here today. So Nick Tandy, if he can suddenly be in the winning car here, he'd be the first man to accomplish that feat.
Look at that, even as gingerly as that car was coming off pit road and making the U-turn to come back onto the track, it was still squirrely and sliding. Here's the Lexus Biggest Movers overview for you, and Neil Verhagen for Paul.
Minions have spawned.
Up 12 positions from the starting spot. Kyle Kirkwood
down. An issue, or he's just getting in the pits early. Way off the pace.
Remember, there was that contact not long ago.
That's right.
With the Corvette.
Looked like the rear end is torn up a little bit. I'm not sure if that was from that incident or something earlier in the race. Another look at it. We just got to give each other a little bit of room. Yeah, I think we're only at the fault there. We're just taking a line to the line, but we're only trying to get on the power there and just washes up and touches him. That's not what you want to do, because you just dancing the race up down the side wall of the There's something more amiss here. It's been a frustrating day for Carl Kirkwood. The Lexus just seems to, with the invasion of this sports so some adjustments moving forward into this championship season to get them more in the game. He's sitting still. He's looking at data possibly. Table there plugged in.
Your left tower is under attack.
To see exactly what is going on with this race.
Hold up! A little unstable.
I reward meal. First. Okay.
And a new car in the pipeline.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they're not really talking about it much, but I think if you believe the whispers, at least, I think they
Okay.
testing with that new platform and racing it here.
Save yourself.
At 26, but getting to that, no one's saying much, so wait and see.
What?
Retreat! An ally just been slain. We got him good.
Like my old friend Steve Matchett, our old friend Steve Matchett would say, if they're not saying it, it's definite. It's happening. Look at the youngster Neil Verhagen.
Your left tower is under attack. Attack right.
No, they're a champion.
Be careful, right. Been here long enough.
Just going. Certainly.
Stop right there.
An enemy has been slain. Oh, you're built
It really
different.
is. The team manager there has done an excellent job of elevating the program over the years. Last year,
Such a sad state of affairs.
Your middle tower is under attack.
any car that he works on, Magnus Racing for many years, been a big success. And, you know, they miss Brian Sellers. I spoke to Lars about that. He said, yeah, it's very different without Brian. Wouldn't needed. We had chemistry. I could tell him just a few words in the car needed, and we just pushed forward. So he said there's a bit more of a learning curve. Certainly Madison was like the little brother organization. He can pick up that mantle a little bit. And we get the overhanger. So change the happens. We had all the big change. Two brothers introduced to race teams. And just have to keep working at it. But to run a two-car operation, I think that's the big challenge for that group.
Attack middle lane.
Keep that organized enough, have enough personnel that you don't compromise the one car and suddenly lose second.
An enemy has been slain. Attack right lane.
Enemy ultimate down.
Okay.
Attack right lane.
Motorsports and Tom Sargent behind the wheel. I just spoke earlier. I said he came out of Carrera Cup in Australia. He didn't. He did Carrera Cup.
Rocket down! On my way. Ultimate is down.
Down in New South Wales.
Your left tower is under attack.
Enemy missing.
Pretty epic in LMP2.
Ah,
Such a sad state of affairs.
That's Alvarez getting shoved off on the outside of Dixon there.
Your left tower is under attack. Your
Be
middle
careful
tower
left.
is under attack.
Wow, that was wild. Alvarez has certainly been getting his elbows out here, pretty aggressive there. Positioning that car around the outside, you got to be careful. Still a long way to go in this race. 2 sprint races. More normally, still to go here.
That's the fight. Dane Cameron in the 99 AO machine.
On my way.
Leading helpfully by about
Enemy
7 odd
ultimate down.
seconds.
Attack. Your left tower is under attack.
The Dane, there's Nielsen behind the wheel. Another one of the
Be careful left.
overall winners in this field. Waco in GTD, Molina in GTD Pro,
Killing spree.
leading the charge. The AF Corsa, number 88.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Cameron's lead, cycle back and forth a little
That
bit. He's one of the
freaking
first
sucks.
leaders to make that pit stop. He's come out with an 8-second lead, so certainly a great job.
Your
by
right
Alvarez.
tower is under attack.
24 car, Magnussen
Attack
from the
right
lead.
lane.
Been a great
Been here long enough. No fun.
An enemy has been slain.
Enemy missing middle.
Double kill. Gold Fury. Rampage. Please.
Getting in the car in the number 6.
Okay. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
See, we've got a quick shot there of both those entries. They're on the medium tire from Michelin. Morning, which will be tight here. We're just
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
about 47 minutes to go to that mark. So that's
Enemy
about
missing
full
middle.
stint
Be
back.
careful left. Be careful
Playing that
right.
game.
Just under 4.5 hours to go. We'll tell you a story about the AWA Corvette, the 13. Marvin Kirchhoff are leading the way when we come back.
At Michelin, we don't just race for medals. We race to test, to learn, to
Your
find
left
answers,
tower is
to
under
discover
attack.
innovative ways. We race to take on challenges, to overcome technology limits, to improve the way we all move, to make possible what is
Your right tower is under attack.
we race for change.
recognize your right tower is under attack.
Their curses.
Your right tower has been destroyed.
A fresh perspective. When there's only
Please.
one, others can only imitate. Introducing the one and only BMW 5 Series. BMW, the ultimate driving machine.
Just get one. It sucks everything in.
It's crazy. Like, this is literally all May, but look how much support it has.
Don't wait. Shop at Populish.com. Can we stay just a little bit longer?
Don't worry, we'll be back.
I can't believe they're leaving. Like, who would ever want to leave this paradise? Ooh. Do I miss my other half? Of course I do. But do I regret my decision?
An enemy has been slain.
Thank you, Charles. Woohoo! Absolutely not.
A paradise you'll want to lose yourself in. Book your escape to Celebration Key, Carnival's exclusive paradise.
Get ready to defy expectations with opportunity to 100% fiber internet at
You have slain an enemy.
to Optimum. Get fiber internet starting at just $40 a month.
Check out this for a cool shot. Speaking
Attack
about aerial
left lane.
coverage coming in, for those of you who have been here before, you know what it's like to land at Daytona Airport. Racetrack right to the side.
Your left tower is under attack. I will hunt you down. The pain an enemy has
finally
been slain.
subsides.
Thanks.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it's been a little bit of a work in progress to try to get that door to stay shut. There's an IMSA official down here who is basically monitoring the situation.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Changing this door, you see the doors coming off. Here goes the new door on. So it looked like basically the latch mechanism was just worn out to the where they could get the door shut, and they could kind of hammer on it and beat on it to get the door to stay closed, but maybe then the latch would just sort of work itself back out, and that's why the door was coming
Attack
open. So,
right lane!
Part of a 24-hour race, some parts like that just fail with wear and tear. The new
Cancel
door is
that!
on. They're getting that hinged on right now, and hopefully this door will stay on, and it won't be another problem.
Enemy missing middle.
Stipulate that a door cannot be missing or open. I think IMSA gave them the opportunity
Attack.
on the next round of pit stop to fix that. But what they can't afford to do is just tape it down. Field.
On my way.
Unstoppable.
An enemy has been slain. Please.
Attack.
You're built different.
Wacky things that happen in endurance sports car racing. When we went to the break, I said that I'd tell you a quick story about Marvin Kirchhoffer in the 13 car. More to the point, just about the team car that is leading by 7.5.
Your middle tower is under attack.
AWA
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
with McLaren, now the AWA Corvette, as we're getting used to that.
Be careful left. Enemy missing middle.
Your middle tower is under attack.
We're just going, we're charging on. It was around about the 5-hour mark when he got out. And he said, I had no mirrors on the car, and I didn't realize it for a while, but we're going so well, I didn't care about it, and the spotter was doing such a good job as well.
Yeah,
Attack right lane!
A lot of these cars now have that rear view facing camera, which is just excellent technology, which actually developed by Corvette when they got taken out about 12 years ago. And they're going through the Porsche curves, and I think it was Anthony Davison aboard maybe Peugeot at the time. Anyway, there's a big incident. They said, how do we alert the drivers that there's faster moving traffic coming up? And they've developed this system.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Road cars, of course, so you've got that camera to work with, and you really get to
Be careful left.
about, you know, getting into the rhythm of the race and understanding the traffic, and the second phase of that is not just doing it yourself, but having that spotter up in the grandstands talking you through the various scenarios, where the traffic is, if they're going to get to you by the next break zone. So not such an issue. Across the side.
Let's so in the zone and you're so in your moment. He didn't last it, didn't
Your left tower is under attack.
It's tight in GTD. Pressure on Verhagen.
Killing spree. An enemy has been slain.
In the oven!
Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower. Your left tower has been destroyed.
Talk about one of the most talented. That was a bit more weird, to be honest with you.
Okay.
He had really got to slow down towards the apex, and then it kind of went straight on him. He was on board the car early in this race when I had that suspension failure coming out of this corner. Right sharp and get the car retrieved back to the paddock. Lost about 40 laps. They've been saying a similar gap to the leaders. Some of that may by getting wave buys on yellow and full course yellows, but nonetheless they would have definitely been in the game based on the performance of the sister car, the number 60, that still sits on the lead lap in P4.
How can we take our eyes off this? This is awesome. Forget the prototype, just look at the GT cars. You've got Neil Verhagen, Nico. There's 1 second between the top 3 in GTD.
Yeah, and it's such a tough place to be for the leader, Verhagen. But not allowed Veroni to get a run, and Olsen's right there as well. And let's see how they stack up. Look at the third GT car, they're in that center lane. BMW up front, then the yellow Corvette, then watch Olsen. Let's see what the horsepower.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Here he comes, picking up the draft, look to the inside, don't think he's close enough.
BMW versus Chevrolet versus Ford.
On my way. Defy.
An enemy has been slain.
They dive in on this.
Double kill. An enemy has been slain. Attack rampage. Deicide.
The aerial up top, inside the car, you're battling. Looks like he may be loosening his belt.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Such a sad state of affairs.
On my way.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
This is Marvin Kirchhofer. He'll stay in the AWA number 13 car. All of these GTD cars starting to make
Be right back. Okay.
Throughout some of the evening.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
On these pit stops, the car was not be performing to his ultimate.
Your right tower is under attack.
Best. The keys to victory was save your best for last, and that's what the teams are now ramping up to that point in this race. Talk to guys coming into this race, and the girls in the race, of course, as well. They say it's all about those final 4 hours. This is go time.
Sports Car Series event is 2 hours 40 minutes. That's how much time there is to go. Look how close these two are.
Coming into the pit lane, gotta be careful. You don't run over the top of Verhagen in front.
Be careful, right.
Attack fire
Take it away,
giant.
mate.
Let's talk about
On my way.
Verhagen is in. We're going to see Connor DeFilippi.
An enemy has been slain. Attack fire giant. Your the fire truck.
Attack left lane.
On that energy replenishment, so the
Your middle
fuel
tower
stop
is under
him.
attack.
If you want to go a full energy stimulation, you have to be connected
Their attacks.
for 40 seconds. If you were at 0, they have 100% left on board, so probably about 49 seconds.
Be careful, left.
Your team has destroyed us. Your middle tower is under attack. An enemy has been immortal. Double kill. Shut down.
And be careful, left.
Team cars. One at the front. Unfortunately, another one
Be careful, right.
is cycling.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
That's the difference between the two Paul Miller BMWs, but still going, and what a great experience to now have a two-car effort. If it doesn't work out for one, it's working out for the other.
Well, that's certainly the case today, right? I mean, in terms of the 48 car was definitely in the hunt.
The
led the race
Pyro
last night on
has
occasion,
arrived.
got involved in that multi-car collision in the darkness when the 40 car Delatraz lost control. Two really key GTD Pro cars were involved in that match, including James Hinchcliffe's entry, the Fat Motorsport Lamborghini, and the 48 car as well of Hesse.
Hench is going to be up here shortly with Brian Till and Dave Burns. Yeah, we've convinced James to do a little bit of work, just to come out of the motorhome, stop sleeping. He doesn't drink coffee. He's actually quite...
Be right back.
Becomes like
Energizer Bunny, or?
yeah, it just becomes a little monster if he has...
On my way.
So he'll be chatting with Dave
Group up.
Brian
Gold Fury.
here shortly.
Yes.
We're going to tell you a story about GTD Pro, about how incredible it is. Over to the guys. Enjoy this next stint. We'll see you back in a moment.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
SC.
Unstoppable. Double kill.
Include increased ketones in blood or urine, which can be fatal. Stop Jardians and call your doctor. If you have nausea, vomiting, stomach pain, tiredness, trouble breathing, Jardians may cause dehydration.
An enemy has been slain.
Generally, these medications
A fitting end.
Oh, we got him good.
or feel weak or tired, and pain, tenderness, swelling, or redness in the genital area.
Victory.
Don't use if allergic to Jardians. Stop use if you have a serious allergic reaction. Call your doctor if you have rash, swelling, difficulty breathing, or swallowing. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have new pain or tenderness, sores, ulcers, or infection in your legs or feet.
Jardians is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
Do you have a Walt Disney World moment?
Alright, there it is.
Is that Galaxy's Edge? This is my daughter Leia, and I have a son named Lucas.
Why Luke and Leia?
You know, she got to see Rey, and she's like, Mom, she's real. I think I was more emotional than the kids.
Sean Combs is a monster.
He thought if people fear him, they respect him.
I want to speak about this now because I've witnessed everything.
And I can show you how we have fun and stay out of jail, too.
My first memory of the Rolex 24 was when I was a kid watching it growing up, and obviously lots of amazing drivers, and over time I got to come to the race and meet a lot of the drivers, and said one day I really want to race it.
I was watching both my uncles, Max Pappas and Christian Fittipaldi, race it out when it was called Grand Am back in the day.
And I remember sitting on the carpet in our living room because we'd ordered new furniture or something, and watching the race, and my dad coming down telling me to go to bed, and I just kept sneaking back down and watching it. So I must have been 9 or 10 at this point.
Definitely watching on TV and following the race because my dad was a race car driver and did a lot of endurance stuff. But my first real memory on track is 2022, the first time I took part in the race.
The watches. You know, you want to win the race, but then that's like an added cherry on top of the cake.
Some fantastic memories of the Rolex 24 over the years, and it's getting down to crunch time. Just under 4 or just over 4 hours left here in the 63rd running of the Rolex 24 here at Daytona. And honored to have the president of IMSA, John Doonan, hanging out with Del Jarrett and myself here on the Peacock Pit Box. So what was your first memory of the Rolex 24, John?
February 4th, 1979.
Not that you remember the day.
Yeah, it was cold winter evening in Chicago, and at that time they were preparing for the first live television coverage of the Daytona 500, and the network was doing a little bit of a test, and they had these hourly updates. And like Roman DeAngelis, I was sneaking to the living room, catching every hourly update the best I could. I think my parents were at an awards banquet or something, so I didn't have anybody tell me to go back to bed. And I didn't go back to bed last night, so.
Yeah, you pulled the all-nighter again, didn't you?
I did. I believe our staff, and huge kudos to every one of the men and women on the cameras all night, you all, and everybody at the broadcast center. Can't thank them enough for bringing these images and this emotion to everybody around the world.
Yeah, so your impressions of what has happened here, I mean, I know for my first time here, it's just been incredible. Very eye-opening, but very well run, and you see the competition, just unbelievable.
It is, and it starts for us with all the events leading up to the week. We had a great symposium at Embry-Riddle. We kicked off our STEM education program, and then you see the pre-race grid. I know that got your heart going, Dale. And once the race gets going, I think it's an opportunity. And Calvin and Brian and Lee referred to it as we have the torque sensors on the cars. So it's our attempt to level a playing field of huge variety of manufacturers, 18 of them, and more to come, and put on the best possible show we can to give the fans the best opportunity to root for their favorite manufacturer.
You are so busy this entire week, certainly during these 24 hours. Is there a moment where you can sit back and just take it in and enjoy it?
Yeah, definitely the grid walk, definitely the start. But for me, yesterday I happened to be at the office across the street, and I watched the sunrise, and I had a moment to reflect on what's happened for 63 years with this event. And I did the same this morning. I was up on the roof with the spotters, and I actually met Lexi Garcine from Michelin, and we took in the sunrise, and it doesn't get much better than that, guys, I tell you.
Yeah, it was a beautiful sunrise too. But I have a question of this coming from a driver's side, and I've seen a few penalties. So I know officiating every type of racing is a little bit different. But
Loki.
how do you go about, I mean, I know each call is
Don't mind if I do.
But in creating a penalty from a driver, they create it, but to make you even look at it. But how do you officiate this?
Yeah, so we have a race director, of course, that calls the race and has a great staff with them. But it starts with a bunch of guys that have worn Rolex watches after winning this race. David Donahue, son of Mark Donahue, Scott Pruitt, Johannes Van Overbeek, Johnny Unser, all guys that have been in the seat, and they know how cars should interact and incident responsibility. So, it's a tough call. You've been in those moments, Dale, throughout your career. But we try to make the best decision possible given the replays that we have. And again, it's all about fair competition.
So you gave a shout out to our crew and the announcers and the teams and all that. I want to give a shout out to the fans because the party never let down all night. DJ was out in the infield, let off the fireworks. I mean, look at that infield. It's packed. They were having a great time. Fires and all kinds of things going on to stay warm. The cold did not deter these fans at all.
No, all my friends and family watching in Chicago are probably disappointed in me wearing a stocking cap. This weather is like a summer day up north, but you're right, Marty. This place is packed, and huge thanks to Frank Kelleher and everybody here at Daytona National Speedway getting us set up for this event for sure, but as is coming, the Daytona 500. So we want to be kicking it off and giving it a bunch of energy.
DJ, my man's got a blanket on and he's out there dancing. He's having a good time.
That's what I'm talking about.
The fans had a good time.
Yeah, I know when I went back through as I was leaving last night, which was a little close to 10:30, something like that, they were having a fantastic time. I was freezing. They were just, you would have thought that it was still 60, 65 degrees. They were having fun, having their drinks and going through it. But the fans, I think that's been one of the most impressive things that I've seen, the support that you get from the fans and what you allow them to be a part of. Just incredible. I understand the fan experience and why they come.
Yeah, the grid walk, of course, gets them right up to the drivers and the cars.
Minions have spawned.
Throughout the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, every event, Dale, has that same feel, and we're proud to provide that. You know, the folks at WeatherTech have been such a huge support of what we're doing. We're grateful to them, and with the fans coming out to see the best drivers, the best cars, and the best teams in the world, I think Bill France Sr., Jr., and John and Peggy Bishop of what we're putting on here, because that is right at the core value of what they founded this on.
Absolutely. By the way, you threw in another name to what the fantastic name to me. You cannot call it a toboggan.
Okay.
Hitch called it you called it a stocking cap. I believe Diff called it just a hat. I asked Hinch for a toboggan, and he said, a toboggan goes down a hill. So you say it's a stocking cap.
Well, most of the time in Chicago, you only put these on when it gets below zero.
Did all this, so it's your fault. But did you get the toboggan for? And we don't even need it now. It's nice and warm here on Sunday. You need to know
First blood.
Stocking cap, I can at least see how you get there, but I'm telling you, I don't know how you guys landed on toboggan. We're going to get a Twitter poll going, okay? Have stocking cap, toboggan, Tuke and Beanie. We're going to let the fans of IMSA Racing decide what it's going to be called next year when we rock up today.
So, Marty, I want to say that my man from, you're Chicagoland area, right, John Doonan? Right, so from Michigan, and I went with stocking cap, John, and everybody laughed at me.
An ally has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Thank you. Fantastic. Great.
Marty, thank you so much. Brian Hinch, racing going on while we are discussing the headgear, so...
Your middle tower is under attack.
He is out as of the evening hours, but...
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
On the lead lap in all classes.
Well, this is what's so amazing, right? Is you've got all four classes and the first and second. 4 hours to go, and this is a little replay of what we saw when we were chatting there to IMSA President John Doonan, BMW, the Corvette side by side, little argy-bargy here through the
Really, for Tommy, it's on the inside. You got that little right-hand kink. What are you going to do?
He's run out of room. You know, the BMW didn't quite give enough room. Obviously, he was there, so you have to kind of get your elbows out. He went full across the grass there.
That reminds me of, like, is it turn 3 at WeatherTech Raceway, Laguna Seca? You go through the Andretti hairpin, and there's that little right-hand kink. Calvin and I always argue whether you need to leave the guy on the right. He's like, no.
So great battle there between BMW and Chevrolet. BMW, by the way, debuting that new M4 Evo in IMSA competition, but they've already won this year at the 24 Hours of Dubai in the car driven by the drivers of the 48, the sister car that had problems. Gustav Farfus behind the wheel of that car. But with Connor D. Filippi leading in BMW, Hinch, it looks like that new car pretty stout worldwide.
It's always great when a manufacturer can rock up with a new Evo kit and it works right out of the box. That's not the case. BMW doing a great job showing up with this car, as you say, already victorious back in July and weekend long here at Rolex.
I think it just shows how competitive GT racing is worldwide in both GT3 and GT4 categories. That you can make an Evo kit so the chassis doesn't change that much. You've got only certain areas that you can change.
Your left tower is under attack.
It makes big differences, and it just shows you how with the design to begin with. You can massage on it a little bit and find just that little bit more that will boost you up to
You're seeing now maybe in terms of pit stops. What do you do with your drivers? Do you put that ace in for 2 stints, maybe even a triple?
Well, look, this is kind of the point of the race that gets really fascinating. We talk a lot about getting through that first 20 hours and then really going racing in that last 4. We're at 4 of 1. What you're going to do at the end of this race, who you want in your race car, and a lot of it's going to come down to what you've seen so far tonight, what you've seen so far this morning, who seems to be on a bit of a heater.
Your right tower is under attack.
I think 2 doubles is going to come.
An enemy has been slain.
Right now, despite that fact, we're not super happy at this point. Lawrence Vantor early on this stint said he's really struggling with the rear, and then the 6 car, Matthew Gemini, said, I can't believe how bad it is right now. He was told, well, you're still catching him, and then Jonathan Duguid, who's on the 6 car, said, hey, it's that way for everyone. We just have to be the best of the best.
The car is always great to have 2 of them because you can compare. But Dave, James, we talked about this. The car that you had in the middle of the night is not going to be the car that you have when the sun comes up and the track temperature goes up. Track temperature now is almost 18 degrees warmer than it was just 2 hours ago. And as it continues to balance,
an enemy has been slain.
In the Acura, and it's kind of what we predicted.
And it's not just the track. This is 20 hours of hard racing. I mean, even when I got in, I think about hour 5, something like that. The car already felt different from what it did in practice. Sort of, recently been rubbed on by the crew. So you're coming in, 4, 5, 6 hours since the last time we were in this race car. A lot has changed. You sit on that pit box for the stints before you go in when you're on deck. You're listening to the feedback from the driver. You're a little bit clued into what's happening, but at the end of the day,
an ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Porsche of Matthew Jaminet. The pole sitting BMW is running in second for the
Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Their time to shine as the track temperatures warm. Looking up at GTD, the AWA Corvette leading. Marvin Kirchhofer behind the wheel.
Yeah, another Canadian contingent here. Ori Fidani, you see the Maple Leaf there. AWA doing a great job here.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
In this race, he was given permission from the manufacturer to drive this Corvette, and obviously doing a great job behind the wheel. It doesn't matter what you throw this guy in, he is immediately on the pace.
Molly Gavin and I were talking earlier about the move from Corvette racing of being just a factory program to moving into a customer program. How the engineers...
Your right tower is under attack.
Enemy missing. Right hand side.
An enemy has been slain.
When you think more about customer racing, where you've got professional drivers and AM drivers, it has to have what I call a little more rounded performance curve, so that you can still get it to go really fast, but if you're not quite at the limit or you're just over the limit, it doesn't bite you. That amateur driver could drive it a little bit better, and obviously Corvette has done that with this new car, but I think this the border and but I mean, they do such a good job with every car that they've turned out.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's like you say, it's such a good point about the manufacturers have to be conscious of the fact that cars are going to be driven by drivers with a varying degree of experience and of ability. And it's just it's about being a little bit more forgiving. You know, it's like that rounded performance. And Dylan, you know, it's just a huge challenge for these manufacturers to kind of make a car that's well-rounded for everyone.
Well, and remember for this team, competitors for quite some time. This is just their second year running in the GTD category, so to learn from the team as well.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Guys like Larson and Matt Bell, veterans of IMSA racing as well. So a good group of guys to just kind of help the team grow and ultimately develop this car as well. Driver, even though it's with a different manufacturer, somebody who understands the process.
Enemy missing middle.
That's certainly not going to hurt you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Let's
Your right tower is under attack. Killing spree. Killing spree. Have slain an enemy.
Among others, Misha Goikberg, who is still behind the wheel. And
Your left tower is under attack.
I had so many F's coming in my ear.
Dave, I know. I mean, we're all dealing with the brain capacity of a salamander at this point.
Your left tower is under attack.
Just a step below what I'm doing. I know, race car drivers, we don't know much about them going in circles with, right? But man, this is basically that we've been attention to this run. Let's past 5 a.m. I've been 6 hours basically, or a little over 6 hours. So I'm like, all right, boys, take it from here.
Pyro has arrived.
What happened? No.
Yeah, but I know it didn't end the way that you were hoping, but the pace was good. I mean, like, overall, I know it's not quite done yet.
Let's have some fun. He got hit really hard.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
Exactly how it started, but Misha did a good job avoiding both.
Starwatch will be proud.
See here, oh, it's that Ferrari. Watch this. That's us on the right. No, not a lot of victory.
Other than that, summarize your 24-hour experience first time doing this race.
Well, I feel like I've been surprised by a chimpanzee and
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
I've been up 1 hour from being up for 24 hours, basically. Because I tried to nap and I was texting with Shane Van Gisbergen. And I'm like, man, I was supposed to nap. And he goes, oh, I've already slept 4 hours through this time. It was like 10 o'clock at night. But I just was too, you know, jacked up and ready to go and that sort of thing. And then I was made a change. And I got out after a little bit more than a double. They said, hey. And I was like,
enemy missing middle.
Team. Where's the Red Bull? So, I was gonna say, how many coffees? How many
Your right tower is under attack.
I love that feature of endurance racing, sports car racing, all the teams, especially. Certainly the Italian team. Yes, the Italian team. That's a very integral portion of our racing.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
We're not gonna allow it to be this easy, the racing gods. That's all you're asking for. Just give me
Your right tower is under attack.
It was looking like that, but also
enemies in the right jungle.
We're together with NBC, and you were like a kid in the candy store. You were in your NBC fire seat down on pit lane with a huge smile on your face, and you were like, this is so awesome. I watched that kid yesterday standing on pit wall with a helmet, watching that Lamborghini come in, about to step in, and I was like, got to be the same kid in the candy store, the same smile. What was going through your mind when you're standing on the wall?
1,000%. Well, first and foremost, we were in the lead, so in my head, I'm like, don't screw this up. All I could hear was Calvin and Lee being like, oh, mate, that's not the way to do it. And I was like, oh, and I come out of the pits on full tires, and I had a big moment in turn 4. I almost went off, and I was like, that would have been embarrassing.
Retreat left lane.
Your right tower is under attack.
TV, and we appreciate the support behind the wheel and behind the microphone, especially because this is a long race. Everyone is
Star Watch will be proud.
Camera folks pictured all the way around the track, giving you these great shots all day.
An ally has been slain.
That was the award-winning cameraman Larry.
Your right tower is under attack.
His nickname.
Killing spree.
Sports car traveling team.
Double kill. Shut down.
So it's going to be sorely missed. Rest in peace, Larry.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed. Your right tower is under attack.
We don't just race for medals. We race to test, to learn.
Your
to find
team has
answers,
destroyed
to
a
discover
left enemy
innovative
tower.
ways. We race to take on challenges.
Your right tower is under attack.
The way we all move to make possible what is not. No, admission.
Your middle tower is under attack.
For change.
Rampage! Your middle tower is under attack.
Next come the best ways to secure and protect your phone. But the most important things worth protecting are American jobs.
Your left tower is under attack.
Given Saturday. And a little work.
Your left tower is under attack.
The Silverado Trail Boss and Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
The IMSA STEM program.
An ally has been slain.
STEM concepts motorsports, both on and off the track.
Let's have some
Highlighting how
fun.
this discipline
Your
is
left
played
tower
in every
is under
aspect of
attack.
motorsports, from car performance to race day strategy. Science. IMSA offers real-world application of scientific principles, from the chemistry of tires, fuel, and carbon fiber, to the physics concepts behind designing cars. Science plays a huge role.
Your left tower is under attack.
Edge technology. The ECUs, or engine control units, telemetry, hybrid systems, and simulators are all examples of cutting-edge technology that are part of IMSA's platforms. From the drawing board to the track, engineering to the backbone motorsports. Electrical design and mechanical engineering all come into play in finally, math. Math plays race strategies to analyzing data. Manufacturers and teams need math constantly. Not to mention them for race day decisions. IMSA STEM program is designed to engage
Killing spree.
Opportunities and at-track hands-on activities by connecting classroom concepts.
Your right tower is under attack.
To inspire a new generation of engineers, scientists,
Double kill.
And boy, do they need them at the Rolex 24 at Daytona. 24 hours twice around the clock. Record 833 laps.
Your right tower is under attack.
I don't believe. But every lap means something, and this is a battle of endurance. It
Enemy
doesn't matter
missing
what
left.
age you are, what role you have on the race
Well,
team.
that was a rougher landing than expected.
The enemy team has destroyed the gold. Your right tower is under attack. Shut down. Your middle tower is under attack.
James Hinchcliffe joining us in the booth now to
Attack
watch
middle lane.
the penultimate lap, shall we say. There's one more stint coming. It'll be on NBC.
Your middle tower has been destroyed.
For Lee Dickey and Calvin Fish taking you to the finish. But for now, let's see how they set up the run to the end.
I want to know what the science, technology, engineering math behind the human body to go for 24 hours and be able to jump in these cars and so fascinating to me to see.
Unstoppable. Double kill.
Please take it how I do it. It's almost an alarm goes off, a knock at the door, and within a very short period of time, you are on the racetrack, and you have to go there and be mistake-free. It's not an easy thing to do.
Comparing people saving lives to trying to circles. That
But it is that physiology and that psychology. Talk about some STEM. There's a little math and figuring and science going on
The
here.
enemy team has destroyed the pyramids.
Calculation, Matthew. Fastest car in qualifying is the car that got past Kevin Magnussen, Formula F1 driver behind the wheel now. This is Kevin's look as Jaminet came by.
And this is great. This ends up as a game of chicken. This is here through the first horseshoe, turn 3, drag race off this corner, and then you've got the kink. It's that flat out turn 4 to the left. You see the Porsche there. He is just crowding
Attack,
Kevin.
fire giant, attack left lane.
Forcing him to lift. That was a standoff, and the point goes to the Porsche for Jaminet.
And that's a sketchy place to be for Jaminet out there with all the marbles.
Be careful in the jungle.
You get shoved just a little too far.
An ally has been slain.
Sand and the marbles start
Attack the giant! Giant!
Your team has destroyed the fire giant. Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower.
Going, side by side. You don't get a lot of buildup of that dust and debris and that loss of grip on the outside line. The King turns that's a one-line corner all day long, all night long. And as you say, Parker,
Be careful.
You're going to see a ton of debris, a ton of marbles, those balled up bits of rubber that just completely destroy the level of grip. So, yeah, Jaminet was kind of putting his Kevin Magnussen, but everyone's going nice with over a sprint race distance still to go in the race.
Enemies in the left jungle.
So we're going to see Kevin Magnussen get out here in just a few minutes. Both the 6 and the 24 need to stop
On my
shortly,
way.
and eventually the 7 is going to cycle back to the front. The
Your
Porsche
left
can
tower
do.
is under attack.
Wow,
Divine!
you got the hang of this.
Wonderful.
Should be at the end of this stint, so that means we may be set up for Felipe Nasser to be the finishing driver to personally try to go back-to-back for the Rolex 24.
That'd be fun. Fun to see. Not fun right now. Requirements not met, Ryan.
Yeah, we've talked about this throughout, and I understand a little bit more in the nighttime as the temperature's falling. A little bit more difficult for the engineers to get the.
Sorry about that. Cancel that. Attack left lane.
IMSA measures them every lap, and if they're below a certain
Destroyed. An ally has been slain.
in the daytime, you think it'd be easier for construction coming up, and with the
The enemy team has destroyed the gold fuel. Killing spree. Double kill. Shut down!
Going
An
up.
ally has been slain!
You're drinking through a fire hose. There's so much to take in, and it's incredible the technology in all these race cars. And
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
You get to where it's so cold.
Shut down! An ally has been slain. Deicide.
They would be on the opposite.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your right Phoenix is under attack.
And, you know, there's times where you might be asked, and James, you know this, where you're not getting some pressure in the right front or whatever, and it's like, hey, we need that to go up. We need it to go up quick, so start rubbing, you know, start really forcing some energy.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yep, penalty being served.
Your
by the
middle
99,
tower
and
has
going
been
down pit
destroyed.
road, driving through. This is Matthew Jaminet in the 6th, receiving service.
Cameron leading that class. Tough break there, but yeah, you're right, Parker. It's interesting for the people at home. I mean, the engineers, the tire engineers, they'll set those pressures based on
Your
what
left
they
tower
think
is under
the
attack.
build-in pressure is going to be as the car starts running, and that's affecting
Your
the
left tower
trajectory.
has been destroyed.
The driver can have an impact. The way you drive the race car can actually
An ally has been slain. Your left Phoenix is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Sure, you especially see that from your AMs to your pros, right? Maybe the AMs are going push speed on the tire. They're forcing a lot of heat, a lot of build in there, and you get a guy in the pro like Dane Cameron. Barely using the energy, you know, put energy through that tire. So it's just the balancing act those engineers have to work.
what might work at one temperature for one driver might not work at another temperature for another driver. As you see that they into those before he gets off.
Watch this wiggles. Oh, there it is. That's so slippery out of the pits right there. There's that hole that drops to the left, and you just, every time you're just pins and needles praying, like, oh, no. Oh, I got it.
Killing spree.
From outside the car, obviously. You guys have seen it up close and personal.
Shut down.
Leaving the pit. How scary is it being around them?
Well, they're unpredictable. That's the thing, right? I mean, you just saw there, Jaminet had to actually get on the brakes through that flat out gate. That's just how little grip they have. What they're going to do with that
And there's Kevin Magnussen getting out. The Formula 1 driver that's been a decade there is back where his dad spent so many years in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. Philip Ing is getting in the car. This team makes so many changes. The BMW M-RLL, but the mainstay is Philip Ing.
An ally has been slain.
He's been so fast. Van Toor won the pole. Stretch of the race. And we're getting warmer as we go. So who's going to be best in road conditions? Manages the mission with the best.
Leaving on electric power to engage the
An ally has been slain.
Will Philip Ing be able to put down the laps needed to overcome the Porsches?
They're on the medium tire.
Your right Phoenix is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Look at this as they're coming out of turn 3. It's just so wild to watch this.
Has been slain.
I mean, it sounds like driving in the rain, doesn't it? I mean, you've got aids, you've got the car tracks, different kinds of tracks, all the way up. You see him starting to weave on the
pushing just to try to generate that little bit more tire pressure, tire temperature.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
You know at what number they kind of start to come in and start to have that grip. So you're looking half down the road, half at your steering wheel saying, am I there yet? Am I there yet? Can I start pushing?
Well, Gavin and I were talking earlier, too, about what are you doing with the brake bias on that out lap. If it were me, I think I'd be going back with it, just like in the rain. You're not giving them the to really help the tire, so you got to control that brake bias.
And Philip Bang is used to skating around with the 2019 a rainy year. He won with Team RL PGLM. He was in a downpour most of the race.
Defend the fire giant.
Tire still doing 198 miles an hour down the front stretch into turn one. Yeah, that's slow there. You gotta pick it up, bud. The rookie numbers. And the GTs do. I mean, in GT you've got
an ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Let's have some fun. If you're in a GTP or in a P2 car like the lead one right here,
shut down.
You don't have that advantage. You've got to be so careful on that left pedal.
Well, we've even seen drivers like Skoot 3-4 laps.
You have slain an enemy. Double kill.
Saw the 99
Giant.
penalty with a massive penalty. He's back on track, 25 seconds behind Nicholas Nielsen. So he'll try to make up that ground that they lost because of a tire pressure issue. So now AF Corson and Nicholas Nielsen in command of
Your team has destroyed the fire jump.
You know, the cadence of the race, where your team is at, what the strategy is.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancy.
No, it would not be cool.
You do not want to be reminded of how often you nearly closed the thing and ended the race.
Yes! Retreat, middle lane! Group up!
sliding around. Here's Joe Van Oyter. He's in second, just 14 seconds off.
So, all that I know about Sebastian, every conversation I've had with him, that's pretty much part of the course for these guys.
I'll defend!
So I would just say that's I'm not surprised to see this car still in contention because
your left Phoenix is under attack.
Some very dramatic words about his race
Be careful, middle.
Talk to him, and I've seen him win with race cars. He looked at me in the face.
Your right Phoenix is under attack.
Enemies have returned to base.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Handed it off to Philip Bang. He's standing by with Chris Wilman.
He did, and what a drive for Kevin Magnussen. First off, good to see him in sports car racing, but how is the daytime starting to come to your liking a little bit?
Yeah, I think we're still kind of waiting for it to warm up a little bit
catch a star.
Seemed like yesterday in the sun. But yeah, the BMW is nice to drive. It's fast.
On my way.
A bit more degradation than the Porsches. The Porsches are a bit quicker on the outlaps. On outright pace, we can match them, but they look strong. But let's see if we can manage to get past in the end here.
You had spent some time with the media this week talking about
your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Is really what you're doing in this organization. Now that you're in contention late in this race, starting to get those nerves, that anticipation.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
It's been a very long race. And
killing spree. The right Phoenix is under attack.
With driving here in the Rolex 24, but tell you what, he's told us several times this week, the media, I'm excited to be here, and I want to be no more than
the right Phoenix is under attack.
Into sports car racing, even when I was back driving for Haas in Formula One, and Kevin has certainly been a sponge this week. And
shut down. under attack. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your Titan is under attack.
That's been really cool to watch.
Your right Phoenix has been destroyed.
I'm a big Kevin Magnuson fan. I think he's done
The
some incredible things
Pyromancer
in
has
F1.
arrived. Your left Phoenix is under attack. Your Titan is under attack. Your left Phoenix has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain. Killing spree. An ally has been slain.
He's been out of F1 and back. After his rookie year, he lost his ride and had to come back. So he's a fighter, and he's a heck of a wheelman.
On board with Mike Rockenfeller. The sixth in the Porsche, leading in the row, still in
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
For some, the need to keep pushing fuels our lives.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
They say you can't win them all, but you can sure as hell try.
Get ready to defy expectations with Optimum's 100% fiber internet network. That's the fastest and most Opted to Optimum. Fiber internet. Call, click, or visit a store.
Introducing the second chance offer from BetMGM. What do you say? If you bet on a player to score the first touchdown and instead he scores the second, boom, you get in cash. Straight cash. Second chance, you heard?
An ally has been slain. The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
What if you need a second chance to land on the field? This offer only applies to touchdowns. You all right? Hurt the swing.
Second chance offer from BetMGM, the sportsbook born in Vegas.
When you have Dell AI Factory with NVIDIA, because your ideas flourish and come to life faster. Your needs are anticipated and met in real time. Business always keeps moving forward.
An enemy has been slain. Double kill. You have slain an enemy. An enemy has been slain.
Wait, new car? You need like a good neighbor?
Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
The taste
Attack! I'm tired!
Wow, taking
Yes.
in the non-stop racing action of the Rolex 24 in Daytona. Guests were also entered in a raffle to win a Rolex watch, participating in a silent auction offering racing experiences, memorabilia, and more. All proceeds from the event support the NASCAR Foundation's mission to deliver health and wellness programs to children in our racing communities. Since the foundation was started by Betty Jane France in 2006, nearly 50...
An enemy has been slain. Diaz. Your team has destroyed the fire shop.
Great job, Betty Jane. Just one more thing. Enjoying this fantastic event from the suites. You don't need a toque up there, right, Hinch? It's nice and warm up in the suites.
Much warmer than down in pit lane, down in the pit box. It's the coldest place I think. Well, no, the spotters.
The Pyromancer has
I'm
arrived.
gonna give Marty and DJ a bit of love here. Down in pit lane, it was chilly. It was, pit box there.
Sergeant, by the way, brought in the Wright Motorsports Porsche from second place. Working on the left rear here.
I'll tell you that. So they're working on that left rear, and it looked like something.
Be careful,
on the
middle.
just in front. Some damage there, you can see. So obviously the contact's been made somewhere. Like it had a little toe out, perhaps now.
I'm on it.
That's not what you would want in the right-hand corners around this racetrack.
Speaking of GTD,
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Where'd they come from? I thought
They've been really fast. Throughout the whole night, they had a help you make up a big deficit like they had to overcome. We've seen that a lot in the GTD class. I'm not surprised to see the 120 maybe have a little bit of damage from contact because that restart I did with the GTD class puts NASCAR to shame in terms of
An enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Defend middle lane.
Cars dive to the outside and inside around you because they can make real, like,
an enemy has been slain. Shut down.
Okay.
Staying in the lead is Kirchhofer in the Chevy Corvette for AWA, but others are going to be kicking out the Lamborghini. Down to 2% energy. He'll be in as well. And Elliott Spear, who just pitted in that green Porsche.
You look at it from the outside and it seems to be so frantic, but when you come to pit road, you saw Philip Owens sitting there. It's like he was sitting in line.
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
For, I think, any racing driver, but especially in an endurance situation. I mean, sometimes
your right Phoenix is under attack.
Have a brake change that's going to take, more than maybe a fuel stop.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed. An enemy has been slain.
Sometimes you'd be so hot, you're like, the only thing I can do is sleep. And so you just please wake me up when it's over because I'm so hot I'm going to lose my body here and all you can think is
an enemy has been slain.
This is a real trait of endurance pros, James, which is that you kind of have to
your Titan is under attack.
And everything they do, as they get in the car for a driver change, there's no fuss, there's no freaking out, there's no high anxiety. It's just like they're pros and
I'll attack the gold fury.
Okay.
Such a test.
On my way.
In those moments, the pit stops. It's just
an enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Pyro has arrived.
With you 100%. You said you were going to get in trouble for the comment earlier, and I'll echo it, and that is the human spirit. You see it certainly in athletic endeavors where people sort of dig deep and they find a little bit more, but as you said, whether that's in first responders who know what's or our military and police who always find a way to dig a little bit deeper and have heroic feats, just like the heroic feats we're going to see it on the racetrack here now. But that is the human spirit. It really kind of connects us all, whether you...
An ally has been slain. An ally has been slain.
Just trying to squeeze. That's a clear-ish.
Okay. Dylan Welch sees this.
Yeah, and Tommy acknowledged that they had the fastest car this week, but that's not always the most.
The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant.
Since last year with this car, so and when you get to this point, if you're up front, it's just about maximizing every opportunity that you've got. So Corvette's in position to win in GTD Pro. It's been almost a decade since Tommy Milner has won the Rolex 24, so he's got a great shot and continues to go strong.
Great shot from that BMW.
Your left Phoenix is under attack.
Easy on him, that's for sure.
And that's a great point by Dylan there about the speed. And one thing I noticed about this Corvette
your Titan is under attack. Killing spree. Double kill.
Pretty on par performance-wise.
Attack.
An ally has been slain.
Okay.
Triple kill! Killing spree! Shut down!
Death!
Deicide!
Is James Hinchcliffe and GTD Pro. His car fell out as well. Still operating at top speed. Number one.
Yeah, it certainly is, Dave. And again, this is still a learning process with this new BMW GT. He felt like earlier in the week they learned a lot of things on this car that's starting to pay dividends here late in the race. It's going to be a Michelin tire. Fresh new tires. They have enough left to go to the end of the race. Full fuel fill. They said wait on the fuel. And then Connor DeFilippi will go.
Your middle Phoenix is under attack.
Tell me, you are following the Corvette in your Lamborghini. What about the BMWs? Where did you match them? Where did you exceed on the track?
You know, I think didn't get a good sense of where they're stacked up. The Corvette was obvious, you know. Some are so close, and that's why you look across the GTD Pro. The field because the cars are really close. They did a great job with that. But it's you know, sometimes other cars stick out a little bit more. Here now, Dylan.
This is the GTD class leader. Marvin Kirchhofer is staying in fourth in this car, so strong performance here. And this car, even though it's been in the field for a lot of this race, this car looks like it's been out here for 20 hours. It has got rubber and scuff marks, the light film on the headlights. Confused, but in a good way. It's been up front.
And you know, Dave, this is what we were talking about. It's now a triple that Kirchhoff is going to go for here. That might not have been necessarily the plan.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. An enemy has been slain. Double kill.
Chase the enemy!
Attack middle lane.
On my way.
Right here in front of that right front tire, you can see where that Motul sticker was. It's only a half sticker now. Big damage there. I mean, that's affecting the cooling, that's affecting aerodynamics, can affect the handling, and that's what we're talking about. You haven't been
killing spree.
Back in. You're not sure how many scars are on this thing.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower. Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Got you entangled in stellar dust!
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy Phoenix.
Tommy Miller having a great lap.
Victory.
Good over-under right there.
Yeah, but he's still right there. It's not like he gets to just walk away with this thing now. He's now got to drive in his mirrors as much as he does looking through the windshield.
Well, he heard Parker. They're a little slow on the straight line, so he's going to try to run him down.
That's going to be his task now. He's going to make hay through the infield and then hope to hold on through the on the banking here in the Corvette. But that's, you know, that was a great sequence there. That can be the discrepancy when you go out in the cold tires. When we talk about that, there's a huge time discrepancy, Brian. You know this, where one of the things I noticed, like my first time, I shaved 5 to 8 seconds by the third time I did it because you just start to learn. Now that's not pro level, guys. You know, I wasn't there.
Well,
I'll be
we
honest.
won't count you as a pro level guy.
So that, I was doing some learning, but you know, these pro guys, it might be a second or 2 seconds, depending on how they catch the traffic, if they get the tire worked up and heated up quickly. So that was really impressive by Tom Miller. That's a really great job to be able to get the heat in those tires and get up to speed so quickly.
And that's a great point. I mean, we focus so much on those out laps in every form of racing, but certainly when you've got a track that's this long and the tires are so cold, those out laps are so much slower than a racing lap. The difference can be huge, but it can also be dictated by traffic. So that's not to say that Connor DeFilippi didn't drive as well on his out lap, but maybe a car passed him into the kink and he had to do a big lift. Maybe he was into the bus stop. There are so many elements, so many variables that go into that can affect the outcome when you're running that close in sequence during one of these cycles.
Well, in that one lap that Tommy had, maybe he had good, clean lap,
exactly.
and he got better temperature in his tires. But you talk about battle scars, I'm going to say Connor DeFelipe personally has a couple of battle scars, right? I mean, think about this. You guys know what it's like to be moved out or moved over in a program. Certainly Connor was. He was driving that GTP car, and yeah, he's a professional, so he's going to take the next assignment and do a professional job with it, but it leaves a little sting, doesn't it? And I would imagine that anybody would feel the same thing. Hey, I've got a little bit more to prove. Maybe I can dig a little bit deeper. We talk about that human spirit. When we tend to get bruised, yeah, we get a little angry.
Redemption's a powerful, it's a powerful thing.
It's a big motivator. It's a big motivator. Sometimes those shakeups can really just unlock something in an athlete, in a person. And some of your best performances can come after disappointments like that. And right now, DeFelipe doing a phenomenal job in that number 1.
How will Windward Racing, Philip Ellis behind the wheel at this point, come out in 2025? Remember, last year they won 4 of the first 5 races in the championship. They were strong. The Mercedes looks strong again as Philip recovers. Nice move right here to get around another GT car.
Well, if he gets around them side by side, and again, these guys aren't in the same class.
That's what I was getting ready to say.
That's what's so interesting. This is the 77 Porsche of the GTD Pro. You see that red wing end plate that dictates that it's the GTD Pro class. The green is just the GTD, and now they're going to play chicken into the kink. I don't think the Mercedes is going to have it there.
He had to give it up. He didn't have the overlap there. You've got to give it up. That's just such a tricky corner, and that's a great point, James, because you race around these GTD Pro cars as he now tries the over-under heading towards turn 6, and you are the same speed, but you're in a different class, but you want to get that track position because it's just going to make you faster, and Philip is trying desperately to get to the inside of the 77, and now he's got the run, and now it's going to be about side drafting, NASCAR style. You're going to go up next to the car, then you're going to get the side draft, then he's going to come back down, get the side draft off you, try to dump that. Oh, but he's able to clear him. Well done.
Yeah, but now that gives the Porsche the draft and maybe the opportunity to fight back. This ain't over, guys.
The AMG punches a big hole, doesn't it?
Sure does, and he's going defensive. He went down, driver's left, kind of making his move known. But to your point, it's not, people ask, all right, why are you racing a guy that's not in your class that hard? Because if you're faster, you want that clean air, and already through the bus stop, you can see 4 or 5 car lengths opened up, so that Mercedes needed to get around the Porsche.
Well, and for Ellis, he's got Drudy back there. Yeah, he's 7 seconds in arrears here or there, but if he's held up behind the 77 for too long, that becomes 5 seconds.
It can melt real quick.
Drudy, spoken of, is in the Aston Martin. Brian mentioned 13 seconds off the lead, 7 seconds behind Ellis, who runs in 3rd. There he is. Youngest group, by the way, in GTD. Maybe overall in the whole field, but 26 years, the average age, and you need quick reflexes in youth like that, right?
Right. I almost went into the back of the 19 Aston Martin with the 27 harder racing Aston Martin here, and that is, turn 1 is the hardest braking zone. You're all in the ABS of these GTD cars. The car, you feel the tires squirm as you go down the corner, and you're just full amount of brake that you can have within one of these cars. And when someone's a little slower in front of you, you have 2 choices there. It's basically try to get underneath them or go to the outside, because you're not going to stop in time if they're checking up too quickly, as you had right there.
Those, you guys talked about it, checking those boxes for all the near misses and the oohs and the ahs and the ohs as you go.
Chris, the Tower Motorsports is in.
Yeah, they are, and that Tower Motorsports car spin to the back to the front, and again, as Joe Van Aert is back behind the wheel, they're going to keep him in the car and make a Michelin tire change, but this is kind of the floodgates opening for the LMP2 top leaderboard, as also in was Dane Cameron for Spike the Dragon, so AO Racing calling that car in, kind of trying to mirror what the top 2 are doing. Going to wait on Nicholas Nielsen, who was called to stay out late, so he may come in next time by, but kind of a cat and mouse game here in LMP2 for your top 3.
3 hours and change at the Rolex 24, and it's tight at the top in every category.
I'm just looking at the 99 with Dane Cameron in, and I'm trying to remember when he got in, because with 3 hours and 13 minutes left to go, he's the bullet in your gun. So it's like, when are you going to get him out, let him rest so you can put him back in? At the end, I would think that he would be the finishing driver.
Well, and that's just it. This is when it starts getting a little bit confusing, because there are drive limitations, how many hours you can do in a certain number of, hour period. And, I'm thinking to that GTD class, we've seen Kirchhofer in that car for quite a while. He's not going to be finishing this race if he's in it for much longer, because they're going to have to pull him. They don't want to become, afoul of those rules. So this is, again, this is when the engineers are really having to, the strategists are really having to reverse engineer the time, the driver lineup, and trying to make this thing work. And all it takes, Brian, is just a poorly timed yellow can get you in a lot of trouble if you start really pushing these boundaries on drive time.
Burn you big time if you're not careful, and it's one of those things that when down to these two cars no more than 4 hours in 6. So if he's been in for a couple hours, he's going to have to rest before he gets back in.
Nicholas Nielsen hands off the lead in LMP2. It's shuffling here at Daytona. You don't want to miss a minute.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I'll make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Bookstores. I read that one. I read that one. I read that. I didn't read that one. I didn't read that one. Can you get this? Because I left my wallet way in my back pocket.
My pleasure, because I earn unlimited 2% cash back.
Wow, this is fascinating. Did you know whales and barnacles have a parasitic relationship?
Oh, I know about parasitic relationships. Let's go, barnacle.
Off you go.
Unlimited 2% cash back. The Wells Fargo Active Cash Credit Card.
My moderate to severe Crohn's disease
and my ulcerative colitis symptoms kept me
out of the picture. Now there's Sky Rizzy.
I've got places to go and I'm feeling free. Controlling my symptoms means everything to me. Control is everything to me.
And now I'm back in the picture.
Feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Sky Rizzy. Sky Rizzy is proven to help deliver remission
and help visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and TB. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or UC.
Ready to get back in the picture? Ask your gastroenterologist how to take control of your Crohn's or UC with Sky Rizzy.
Control is everything to me.
AbbVie could help you save.
We have haring in Holland. It's a piece of raw fish with onions. Oh, can you imagine coming down pit lane and getting a haring?
Fast food, pizza, a cheeseburger.
Or like an apple. I feel like such a boring for ribs. Ribs would be bad. The worst snack someone could give me when I'm racing would be Sour Patch Kids. I love them, and I don't have a great ability to stop once I get going.
The burrito. You don't want to risk anything happening here.
Probably some beef jerky.
Beef jerky? It feels like you would just go slow feeling the odor in your helmet.
My stomach hates everything but air and water.
So, James, would you care to elaborate on the hand motion over the gut there? What were you really speaking of?
You know, I think everybody knows exactly what this guy knows for sure what I'm speaking of. I think he's about to feel it about an hour and a half.
That grill has gotten some use.
Yeah.
This weekend.
Air and water?
It's about all it takes. Yeah, actually at the test here in December, I ran out and had Chipotle. And let's just say, I then got in the car for 2 hours, and about halfway through, I said, oh, I'm not eating this in the race.
See?
I knew exactly what you were talking about.
There you go.
Yeah.
The proof.
Now,
you should have texted me, man. I would have told you. Stay away from the burritos.
Cannot stomach that when I'm getting in a race car.
But Ranger's bacon wrapped fish.
What was that?
I wouldn't want to stomach that any day.
Yeah.
So,
there was no time of day or situation.
Like, who comes up with that stuff?
That's just terrible.
Hey, look at the WeatherTech weather. Is that fantastic or what? 57 degrees, warmest of the week. You guys were a little chilly earlier this week behind the wheel. Yeah?
Yes. No, behind the wheel, actually, it's quite pleasant.
Okay.
Normally it's like crushingly hot in the race car here in Florida. It was the nicest place to be. It was cozy, it was warm, it was lovely. It was outside the car that was miserable.
Yeah, when you're all sweaty. and then you get out, and it feels like it's 30 degrees.
T-Bell may have been in the most comfortable car with the front engine up there, keeping his feet warm.
Great point. That is a good point.
Just saying.
Get a lot of nice warm air. When I got out the 5 a.m., my suit was steaming as I was standing in pit lane. I was like, what's going on here?
Right now, track temperature 81 degrees. That is 33 degrees warmer than it was at 8 o'clock this morning. It is just continuing up, and the balance of these cars going to continue to change.
Is that Kevin Magnussen warm enough?
Yeah.
Really to turn on the BMW? What do you think?
That's a tough one to answer.
He wanted a lot. He wanted a lot.
He wanted a lot, but hey, it's going to keep going. This is the nicest day that we've had in the 2 weeks that we've all been down here, going back to the road. It's clear skies, the sun is out, the temperature's rising. So these are quite literally, we're heading into conditions we haven't seen here. It wasn't like this at the test in December. It wasn't like this at the Roar. It hasn't been like this so far this weekend. You've got those air conditions changing.
That's too
You've got
bad.
the track temperature changing, but also the track conditions itself. You've got rubber going down. We've got 21 hours of rubber on this racetrack now. That changes everything that the car does. So these things are constantly evolving, and drivers have to stay on top of all of them.
So different temperature, different barometer, all of that is going to affect the way both the engines produce power and also the
Minions
aerodynamics
have
of the car.
spawned.
So, like you said, we didn't see this at the Roar, so you have to take the information from the Roar and try to extrapolate it out and see if you can guess in the right direction, right?
And that's where experience comes in. You know, experience from the driver's seat, experience from the engineer's side as well. You know, we've talked a lot about those tire pressure minimums that you have to meet per the rules in IMSA. Those starting tire pressures are going to keep coming down as the track heats up. How soon you gotta kind of go again based on experience. It's a dark art.
Go by the number 4 Tommy Milner in the Corvette. He's driven away from Connor De Felipe in the GTD Pro. Pretty close. Had that cycle. Maybe just similar for the Penske. Although Lorenzo is a little bit different cycle here than his teammate Matthew Jaminet.
That's too bad.
I mean, it's going to happen pit soon. You see the energy static. The driver at the 7 car pit lane anytime. Behind him, Jaminet at about 25%, Philip Bang at 31%. So they're not far behind.
It's going to be so interesting. It's not just the amount of time left and the lap times these guys are turning, but engineers have already started at the end of the race and started back timing. Okay, what can we do? What kind of energy save have we been doing? Who's been the best at that? They've got a plan coming into the weekend, but it changes as we go, and it always, you said it's a dark art. I think it's an inexact science as you go, how could that the HRC trailer over there at Meyershank Racing, 20 engineers looking at data, and they still may not be able to make the right decisions. It's just that close.
I know you guys have dived into it probably for the last 20 or so hours, but it really is an experience because energy management in a race car, the way it's designed here at IMSA, is entirely different than everything you'll ever do before this. And then you have a tire, that's sort of what you're dealing with. If you want to save tires, you just sort of try to treat them nicer. You try to save fuel, you lift earlier. But that is not the case of energy. Curves affect them, slides, bumps, that's all forcing race cars. Basically, it's putting you in a what's expelling energy? What is happening in that race car? What do you think? Where can you drive differently that will expel less energy? And it's just such a different way of thinking about driving, because it's not just about driving. It's about driving.
Be careful,
and then
right.
also, if you go back to the STEM equation here of the IMSA Sports Car Series, it's science and driving and understanding, okay, how am I using this race car?
I'll attack.
Use it more efficiently.
And those torques in there. I mean, you guys may not be surprised. That's too bad. Think about it. I was like, oh,
that's too bad. First one.
But they're talking about measuring the torque right on the drive shaft. Drive shafts, these axles, as much as 110 degrees.
An ally has been slain.
And that's what those torque sensors are measuring. More around a 60-degree rotation in like a prototype, but in some of the GT cars, 90 to 110 degrees worth of twist and torque in the axle from the gearbox out.
That is news to me.
Did you want to know?
That's a terrifying number.
Is that not like
To see the
Your middle tower is under attack. My way!
in the Forte Lamborghini, so I fight, everyone was doing an amazing job, and Misha, you know, he's an am, but he's a really fast am, and especially this weekend, he was on it. I mean, really on pace with pros, and just what happened to him down in turn 1 was none of his fault.
An enemy has been slain. Your last tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
I've loved this experience with them, and I knew it wasn't going to be this easy. The roll-up we're not just going to let it be so simple, but everything was going for us. You wanted a Trevor Bain. Yes. You know, just having the first time at Daytona.
All right, leader to pit road. Lawrence Vantour is in, Chris.
He is indeed in.
Enemy missing.
The final driver change for Nick Tandy. Penske Porsche 963. This will be the last scheduled stint for Nick Tandy to leave it in Felipe Nasser's hands for the sprint run to the finish.
Ultimate is ready.
Radio just said the tires started to fall away a little bit. They bolted on fresh new Michelin tires. They're getting Nick Tandy buckled back in and the energy replenishment back in that car. But what a run for Lawrence Vantour, doing his first Rolex 24 without his daughter Emily here in attendance. Finally old enough to go to school. He said it's been hard not having her here at the racetrack, but finding time in that time difference. To talk to her every night. But I know she's rooting on from home as Lawrence climbed out, and Nick Tandy will try to get this back here with
Lawrence has not won this race.
Be right
back.
A Rolex watch. Parker, I was going to ask you.
Behind us!
Did you allow yourself to dream about the wrist hardware?
An ally has been slain.
Enemy ultimate down. I was asking his advice. I said, you won a pretty big race here. What's the advice for this? But, you know, I did because I just felt like he was doing such a good job. And, you know, I'm just looking at how the team is acting and how they're putting things together and how they're going about running and strategy. And
enemy missing.
This is all aligning. We've got good speed. We were solidly top 5.
Okay. Your left tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Get the car to Mario and Frank with about 4 hours to go here. The range we're in now, we had a shot. But I think if you look at the GTD field, to be honest, anyone in the top 10 is just that tight, it's that close. I think it was in qualifying, what, a 10th and a half, or 7th or something. So it's an incredibly tight field. Just absolutely it's one of the GTDs, speaking of which.
Your left tower is under attack.
Yeah, Mattia Drudy is around. So we're going to welcome Matt Yoakum back into the broadcast here. He's with Dane Cameron in the 99. So is he going to get back in, Matty?
Well, we're going to check in. Last year, he won overall here at the Rolex 24. So, Dane,
be careful in the jungle.
Schedule for the rest of the race? Will you be getting back in the 99?
I think I'm done now, so a little bit with the drive time. So we got Johnny in there now, who's been doing a great job.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
And then got ourselves back into the lead and had
I'll make your go. An enemy has been slain.
What's your first and early impression here?
It's definitely a different atmosphere.
On my way!
Has a ton of resources, but you know, can be tough sometimes.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
What about the age demographics jumping down about 20 years?
Super cool. It's great to see smiles on the kids' faces. Everything. At that age, I thought you were saying I was older than my teammates, which is also a thing.
true, except for one guy.
Yeah, that started to happen now, but yeah, it's cool. Honestly, it's a ton of fun. But at the same time, you know, we're here.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Ultimate is ready. Enemy missing
Be
left.
right back. Out of mana.
Get ready to defy expectations with Optimum's 100% fiber internet network. The best, fastest, and most reliable internet. Tap into the ultimate power for work, play, and gaming. Opt in to Optimum. Get fiber internet starting at just $40 a month. Call, click, or visit a store.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Yeah, see defense. All way up here with a same-game parlay. Yeah. BetMGM's got your back.
An enemy has been slain.
Really?
Get up to a $1,500 new customer offer. BetMGM. Download and get today.
Spoons, they're out. Panera's new ciabatta dip. Back off! A sandwich paired with a perfect portion of soup is made to dip. Go for the French dipper or spicy
Be
chicken
careful,
dipper.
middle.
No spoon necessary when your sandwich is built to do the dipping. Only Panera.
After my hospital stay, Aflac helped folks.
I'll attack middle lane.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Find an agent.
Now that we have a complete
You must fight on. An enemy has been slain.
Get it before he wakes up.
Be careful in the jungle.
The Pyro
Victory.
What can I say? Just unbelievable.
Boy, it has been fun to hang out on the Peacock Pit Box with the three-time Daytona 500 winner and NASCAR Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett. And speaking of guys that have done a lot here in this Rolex 24 race, how about Pipo Derani, who wanted his debut here in the Rolex 24? Unfortunately, you guys were out a little bit early here this year, Pipo. So how was the run before the fire that took you guys out?
Well, I have to say it was a pleasure to be back. Wasn't expecting to be here at Daytona this year with you know, a transition year for myself, but it was fun until it wasn't. Yeah, but no, it was great. I had worked with Erin from the XDT before, back in the Patron days, and and when she knew I was available for this race, she quickly called me and said, "Hey, I would love to have you here." Obviously, I had to ask permission for Genesis, but it was a pleasure to be back at Daytona, but also a great way to stay sharp, you know, race ready for what's to come in the future.
You know, I can only imagine, knowing as a driver, what it's like to win and then come back and have that disappointment. Scott Dixon and I were talking the other day that he won the Indy 500. He said, you know, everyone after that, that's all you think about is winning. Same with me with the Daytona 500. But you understand that it can't be like that every time. So you take experiences like this and move on, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, luckily I won it on debut, so I don't have to come back every year thinking, man, I just wish, I hope to win this race one day. So that was, you know, checked off the list. And but you always come back. It's one of the greatest events in the world to be a part of. So every year you come back, you want to win. You come in with the attitude and the desire to win. So Yeah, 99% in racing, you know it's not going to go your way.
Right.
But you always come back for that 1% chance or even less to try and win the big one.
Sure.
You and I were talking about this, and DJ knows something about this as well. You both know the development of a car. You said it's going to be more work developing the Genesis to get ready for WEC next year than it was when you developed the Cadillac to come in here in IMSA. Why is the work process going to take over a year and be so much on you?
Yeah, because, well, Cadillac was in racing already.
Yeah, sure.
You know, it's a brand, and we had the team. Everything was ready, engineers, mechanics, and the new Genesis program, it's going to be from ground up. It's a brand that's only 9 years old. It's the first circuit racing that they're going adventure into, and you know, we don't have anything. We don't have engineers. We don't have a team. We don't have a base. So we have to put everything together while developing the car. So it's going to be a huge task, but one that I'm very excited and motivated about.
So how much of that is on you, and how much involvement will you have in helping put all of that together?
I mean, it's been from the very beginning, they were very open to having guys like me and Andre give advice on people, you know, obviously because they're new to the sport, not only to WEC, but eventually also to IMSA. They wanted guys with a lot of experience on those two series so that we could bring in the expertise not only behind the wheel, but also, you know, who to talk to, who to hire, the teams, and so on. So it's been a pleasure, to be honest, because it's not just the driving bit that we are involved with. It's also, you know, advising them on personnel as well. So it's, I mean, it's a huge task. But it's very rewarding, you know, when you get to put a team together and then together develop a new car and go racing against the best in the world, manufacturers and teams that have been doing it for more than 30 years. So it's going to be, you know, very difficult, but hopefully very rewarding as well.
I want to ask you to kind of put me in the driver's seat right now. We're under 3 hours to go, and there's a Rolex on the line. So this is when it gets really serious. And there's a number of contenders, especially in GTP, who could win this thing. So what are you thinking as a driver at this moment right now, whether you're behind the wheel or you're sitting on the timing stand?
Well, at the moment, it's about not making any mistakes. You know, if you've made this far, now it's time to execute properly. You know, you basically were on surviving mode up until now, but now is the time to show why you were here. And that's why those teams, they're so experienced. They get their best drivers for the last couple of hours because they know everything counts. So yeah, it's nice. It's a fantastic moment to be inside the car as a driver, but one with a lot of pressure. You know, when you're deciding such a big race or a championship, it's always, you carry the weight of the whole team on your shoulders. You know, it's not only you, but every single member of the team is with you inside the car. So it's very special when you're able to finish the race and get a good result for the team, because you know how many of them have worked so hard to get to this point.
And I'm sure even as much experience as these guys have, a little nerves if you get that tap on the shoulder to say, hey, you're the guy who's going to go close it out for us with a Rolex on the line. Tell you what, Brian, under 3 hours, you can tell business is picking up. I mean, some fantastic racing out on the racetrack right now.
Real pleasure. Thank you.
This is the battle for the lead in
project,
GTD Pro, and it is intense, and it has nothing to do with the BMW at the front of this line. That is Augusto Farfus, 55 laps down, but his teammate is the one that's right there behind that yellow Corvette.
They're playing this team game absolutely beautifully. This car, as you say, 50 laps down. The gap between the Corvette and Connor DeFilippi and the BMW behind there, that was over 2 seconds a few laps ago. Now it's at 2/10. That car in front does not have to move over, but this is such a crucial time for Tommy Milner. He has got to keep cool, because this is a very easy situation to get frustrated in. You just can't let yourself get to that place, because that's when you start making mistakes. But you talked about
get a good run out of the bus stop right there, and this is the straight line speed deficit they have as you look at that BMW get right to the rear spoiler. Now he'll get a little bit of the draft from the other BMW, but this is going to be tight down to turn one. Look at the outside. That's usually a tough pass to make. There's just sort of the road falls away, but this gap has compressed right here, and he just, to your point, is frustrated. Oh, he's really down in deep here. Look at the inside.
Oh, Farfus.
And
They need to get on the radio to Tommy Milner because car 48, Augustus Farfus, has been given a penalty for blocking. That's a drive-through. He's taken it too far. So Tommy, don't make a mistake now. Don't have any contact. That car's coming to the bend.
And there it is. There's the contact. Milner drives the one off the racetrack, damages the Corvette in the process, but it was Farfus that set all of that up.
Man, look, what was I just saying? You can't get
My
impatient in
recipe's
that moment. You
spiced with
can't
a
lose your
dash of
cool,
doom.
but I'm going to put a little bit of this on the team for maybe not telling him that car's coming in. But at the same time, Connor DeFilippi, some dirty tricks from BMW being played, and it's resulted now in damage to that vet. This could be huge.
In their defense, that was a tough position to give him much info because he was in such tight racing. You got to think the spotter's talking a lot of times there. As we look down here into turn 3, this is where it all compressed. Farfus just parks it in the center of the corner. Tommy goes looking to the outside. I don't even know if he knew DeFilippi was out there on the outside.
He knew.
And, yeah.
He knew.
Well, he knew, but I mean, he's not going to drive it that hard. But
Here's the problem. He knew, but he got into the back of the 48 because the 48 parked it way more than he should have, and he was forced to go, driver's left into Connor DeFilippi there. So really, really dirty driving, frankly, from Farfus. That was not sportsmanlike. The drive-through was getting away easy.
Well, I'll tell you, when that penalty was first called, I was like, I didn't really see any blocking. I saw him being a pest. Once he went through turn 1, he was blocking. Oh, yeah. Multiple times all the way down to the International Horseshoe. It doesn't matter because the damage to the Corvette is pretty extensive. And Tommy Milner with a wave.
Number 1. Yep.
With a wave there as Farfus comes in to serve his penalty. The problem is he's got a parachute hanging out of the back of that Corvette, and they already weren't that quick down the straight.
Exactly. What was helping him in some ways on the straights, at least the BMW in front was punching a hole, giving him a bit of a draft. Now he's punching the hole himself, and he's got the parachute out the back. Oh! And here we go. Big moment there, but look, this was Milner as he went by. Look, at 180 miles an hour, you got to have a pretty strong forearm there. You got to be really committed to that one. That was a well-deserved salute from Milner to Farfus.
I think that was well put by Tommy there. That was deserved in every respect because that's just, it's not what you want to see at the end of these races like this. With so much on the line to be, it's one thing to try and be a good teammate and compress the gap. It's another to just become a nuisance and cause contact and now put this
a not unwelcome sight.
Which is just...
Minions have spawned.
The outcome of the race win
Best of
by
luck.
contact. That's when you've taken it too far. But here,
Have
even with the
fun.
damaged Corvette, Tommy Milner's now pulling away from Connor DeFilippi a little bit. So it's showing you just how much he was being held up.
And I'm wondering how long will IMSA allow them to go around with this bodywork like this?
They just called the team and said they're going to have to come in and fix this. So not only did Farfus... Not only did he back him up, but he ended up with damage. They're going to have to come in and fix it.
So the tail light just flew off. That part of the bodywork obviously still hanging on there. I'm not sure where that tail light landed, if it was somewhere that might... It's one of those things where you almost... He's not committed to coming
And Connor DeFilippi did get the call to come in. He said, no, he didn't. The left rear, but right now they're going to make a tire change, fill it up with fuel. They're trying to keep calm behind the wheel. They're waiting to see if the Corvette was going to have to come into pit for damage repair. He so far has not.
away for Connor DeFilippi as we see Tommy Milner still. He
on my way.
That's a big concern for IMSA. That's
a not unwelcome sight.
You don't want that going into the front of another car.
Way outside the racing groove and into the runoff, so I don't believe that will cause a caution for them. So no, they're really at the mercy of trying to figure out what to do with this rear body work, but that is just really tough position to be in this late in the race. I think right now they're position. through the pit cycle, and just this was really unfortunate to see.
It was interesting that the BMW
no more than 4 times. He's had to come in at that point in time. You can drive around and hope, and I'm sure what they were doing was saying, if it falls off before then maybe we don't have to come in. But eventually you've got to acquiesce. And now it's going to take time. What are they going to have to remove? Simple.
An enemy has been slain.
Much longer repair if that's the case. Chris, what do you see down in pit lane?
Yeah, James, it's absolutely hanging on by a thread, and you guys called it where the air jacket's plugged in, so they're trying to get some bear bond on it as well to at least get it to tape and hang on. It still has 2 hours and 42 minutes to try to survive this race, but I haven't seen the Sawzall get pulled out yet, and they're going to go ahead and send Tommy out underway.
Be right
so
back.
Hopefully that sticks, but guys, I don't know. With these speeds and a little bit of a wind gust, that may rear its ugly head.
Enemy missing middle.
That's 1 minute 52 seconds longer than a sprint race.
Yeah.
In IMSA weather. So we got one race to go. Will that hold? That bear
Be careful, white.
All kinds of body work that could impede that bear bond's ability to grip. And that could be an issue.
The BMW is right behind him, so they stay in lockstep. This is how they were running before Tommy came into the pits, but it's a role reversal now. The tires. Now the BMW's got it. He's going around the outside. This is for what essentially was the
An enemy has been slain.
Rev up your engines for your chance. Lucky fans, experience the thrill in October. Just scan the QR code to register today.
Be right back.
Brought to you by WeatherTech. Don't miss it.
Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Aye. A not unwelcome sight. Be careful, middle.
At least, we don't race for nothing. We race to test, to learn, to find answers, to discover innovative ways. We race to take on challenges, to overcome technology limits, to improve the way we all
Be right back.
I'm sick of women having to do everything. I'm sick of animal cruelty.
Sick of the addiction that I had.
I'm sick of mom guilt. I'm sick of our healthcare system.
I'm sick of greed.
Proving myself. People being disrespectful of the environment.
My children.
Oh, that's great.
Right?
This store doesn't have Agent Force, so
An enemy has been
That's
slain.
what I might actually wear.
Yes.
Ooh.
Double kill.
Hey, bud.
Thanks.
Agent Force helps retailers. Fashion fame. It's what AI is meant to be.
Forces up Daytona, absolutely beautiful weather right now. Will Stevens behind the wheel of the number 10 from Wayne Taylor Racing. That
Your team has destroyed an ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. You have been slain.
Trevor on the inside. It almost looked like all trans. Much of that throughout the season. Considering just thinking how treacherous it is through there and how tough it is to go side by side, but driving away, apparently. That looked major.
And that's going to be
Your middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, it will. And you got to think about the undertray, you know, and hope that it is not damaged. So Steven's still back underway, but a lot of times it does not rear its ugly head until the end of the race. And if it does, then maybe you're not climbing the fence. But speaking of climbing the fence, Matt Yoakum. Indianapolis Motor Speedway.
And I will tell you this, as certain drivers describe it, he's got a me room with all of those beautiful trophies from all of his racing experiences. You've got 3 from the Rolex, those beautiful Daytonas. You're trying to get a ride for this year. Did Elio, the owner, kind of KO Elio, the driver, trying to get a ride for this year?
You know, the Elio, the owner, prevailed this year. Definitely I was looking for it. Mike and I, we talk about quite a lot. It's great to have Acura back again with the team for the great. I know he's going to show up again so I can continue
An enemy has been slain.
In the oven! Well, isn't that unfortunate?
Unfortunately, the 93 didn't have such a good luck. The 60 Brown is still there, and let's keep pushing.
Well, we'll throw out some names. AJ Foy, Andretti.
An enemy has
So
been
am
slain.
rise again.
You're absolutely right.
Tis no matter.
The gods of racing, right? And when Trackhouse and Project 91 showed me this opportunity, I'm like, you got to do it, right? So, yes, it's I'm having a blast so far, learning about never running that before, so this is very experienced ones to give me a lot of tips, and so we keep it going, but for sure it's going to be something unique and opportunity of a lifetime.
Our daughters are about to say, you're ready to start driver's ed. Are you going to be a great driver's education teacher, or
I'm returning to base.
someone else do that?
You know, I've been already kind of like teaching a little bit with the golf cart here and there, and of course,
Your right tower is under attack.
when you have a teenager, as you know, they know everything, right?
Oh, yes, they do.
So I'm trying to say, look, I think I do know a little bit more. But in the end of the day, they always win. But excited about that and nervous at the same time because we know we create them and they're gonna go out to the world and we just everything.
With you about any of your suggestions.
Ultimate is down!
Let's go back down to my me room. I'll show you all of my certificates that I'm a great driver's education teacher.
What's Elio got in front of him?
Oh, he's gonna love it. I was
The
hanging out with him on pit road
Pyromancer
yesterday
has
on the
arrived.
grid. Before the race, he was holding court with all the Trackhouse drivers, as he usually does. If you find Elio in a paddock anywhere, there's a crowd around him, and not just fans, but anyone wants to listen to Elio because he's such a fun guy. He's so cool, so accomplished. What a talent! I was asking about ARCA, which was an experience going around here in the Banking and such. And then I said, hey, Shane Van Gisbergen was sitting right there, and I said, hey, you can ask him about his first
Killing spree completed.
and their bumpers many times in 12th place.
Enemy missing middle.
And I was looking at him, stop, man, stop. At the end of the race, he says, please. As long as you don't do that, you're going to be in a pretty good position.
It's just such a different ball game, right? Right now, the 91, and they've had a great weekend. And bringing in the youngsters to do what they said, a triple to the checkered flag.
Well, they've been having him catch
Your team
coffee,
has destroyed a right enemy
before.
tower.
Scott McLaughlin having a good time, enjoying his time as teammates with this kid right here. Man, what an impressive young man. Everything they put him in, he performs at the highest level. It's so impressive. A big announcement obviously earlier this week that associates
An ally has been slain.
Oh no. Another issue for the 57 after that phenomenal comeback.
They had been having power steering problems in the early morning hours, and I wonder if this was a routine stuff that they just tried to make a choice to kind of clean that stuff out, maybe see if they could get a little more power steering fluid in it. If it's too low, we'll have to find out.
Rampage! Good job! Simply amazing!
Love and care. But back to
Your left tower is under attack.
How much does a Mercedes AMG cost? And a throttle return sends it to the garage.
What, the race car one or the road car?
Yeah.
Doesn't matter. Every part on a car needs to be working flawlessly.
Your left tower is under attack.
Got back on track and made up, what was it, 7 laps they got back?
That's incredible.
Unbelievable effort. And still out there, still kicking around, still in the top 5.
Must have been a couple of the times he drove by me. He was making up those laps.
Obviously, the navigation system doesn't work.
Enemy ultimate down!
That's your leader.
You are impressive.
And torn, but still fighting over here with just about 2.5 hours to go. A routine mission.
You have slain an enemy.
Stay in the race car here.
An enemy has been slain.
My creation.
And while we watch GTV pit stops, it's my pleasure to catch up with Dries Vanthoor, getting ready to do the almost triple stint to the finish for this BMW Team RLL number 24. First off, a dream weekend capturing pole.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Play out at the end of the day with some strategy calls, maybe some
Be right back!
And then pure pace at the end.
This is kind of the calm before the storm. How much are you saving, but also having to maintain pace just to kind of keep up with those 2 portions up ahead?
Never gonna say no to more sugar!
An ally has been slain.
So it's everything we got. I hope it for them it's the same.
Good game.
It's gonna really, it's gonna be everything
Victory.
I have, for a couple of hours, but let's see if that will be enough.
You feel like with the daytime temperatures too, it seemed like when you guys qualified, this was almost identical conditions. Does that come to your strength here late in the race?
I hope so, because I think last night we lacked a bit in the night in the cold conditions. I hope now when it gets hot that we can get that back what we had yesterday. And if that's the case, then I think we look good, but we have to wait and see.
Appreciate your time. Dries Vanthoor getting ready for triple stint to finish out the Rolex 24. Guys, what a turnaround for BMW M Motorsport here with this BMW Team RLL. Third year of the program, and boy, what leaps and bounds they've made now trying to get their first GTP win here in the biggest race of them all.
As at the top of the screen, you see the AO Porsche, and at the bottom of the screen, the battle for the overall lead between the 2 Penske Porsche 963s. It's Nick Tandy in front in the number 7, and then Estra behind him in the 6. All kinds of drama. The rear lid up on the Porsche. That's where the engine compartment is, obviously on a 911 derivative. So I don't know if they're just adding oil in the back. Usually that's a fitting on the side of the car that you can do it with a pressurized container. So this looks like it's going to be not a routine stop. It's taking a while.
Yeah, and as you can see, fuel is done. They've got still the right rear tire off the thing. It's hard to see what it is they're working on.
They got a rear bumper back there?
I mean, you can hear the hammer, so they're going to town on something. This isn't topping up oil. This is some serious quick repair work that's happening, but this is costing them a tremendous amount of time under green.
Well, you said the key word under, and he's up there kind of underneath.
They put a new rear bumper.
And I'm wondering, that's where I was going to go with the diffuser and the bumper. It's all connected. Is this a curbing issue? We've seen these cars up and over the curbs, and we've seen some suspension problems in the back end.
And you can see the diffuser there. It sits right below the exhaust pipe, that kind of big carbon fiber looking thing. It actually sits out a little bit past the bumper on the Porsche. So if somebody got into the back of them, it could have just been damage to that. As we see these two still going
Pass
at
for the
it,
lead.
and the pass has happened. Tandy down to second.
Estra is by. So you wonder, that happened relatively easy. Nick Tandy, I don't think he would let his mom pass him very easily.
Not what I know.
Yeah, so that seemed relatively easy to me, and you wonder, they're on different fuel strategies right now, and Tandy a little less energy because of when he stopped. So it's one of those deals where it's hard to figure out what the team strategy is. They backed it up from the end of the race already. The engineers are crunching the numbers. There's your stem stuff, Parker. But yeah, it's a lot smarter people than I am sitting up on the box with laptops trying to figure this one out.
In classic Team Penske, right? If you've got two of you at the front right now to beat that BMW, give yourselves the best position with both cars. So one's going faster, let him by. That continues to build the gap as Nick Tandy is later in his stint here, so he'll be on pit road earlier. And so it's just sort of covering both bases. We saw the BMWs trying to work teammates there at GTD Pro. This is how you're supposed to work as teammates. This is fine. What we saw earlier was a little too far, but this is what Team Penske does so well. They just find a way to have multiple chances at a victory, and that's the reason they've basically won everything in American motorsports the last couple of years.
GTD Pro leader on pit lane. It's the 65 of Mies, and they are going to go ahead and change all four tires. This Mustang, what a difference a year makes, right? And the further development on the car, change some things around within the team, and sometimes it's just that simple. You look at driver changes there. Obviously, Joey Hand, a significant talent. So is Dirk Mueller, but sometimes just reorganizing the pieces just seems to help. You can't explain why. They run well, they run the same lap times, but again, you're looking for that recipe. You've got all the ingredients, you just need to figure out the right mix.
And look, we talked earlier about new cars coming with an Evo kit, and sometimes even that takes a year to dial in. This was a brand new car, and so there's definitely been a ton of development work. The Multimatic, the brain trust back in Multimatic doing their homework over last year and coming with a package they just understand a little bit better. And, this is a group that knows what they're doing. Like you say, the driver lineup is stout, and running so far so good.
Yeah, new car woes. Remember, the deck lid was falling off last year, so it was
fragile.
It was like very fragile
machine.
And this year, talk about straight line speed. These Mustangs have had a ton of straight line speed in the GT category. That lap that Rockefeller threw down in qualifying took the whole.
Why, hello there. Let's make this procedure unforgettable.
Really impressive lap and just the speed that they've had in these cars. So they've maybe struggled a little bit through the infield, but when they get on the banking, those Mustangs fly.
Well, it's funny too, the straight line speed, you always look at it and you want stability. You think about the wings on an Indy car, even the GTP cars and the LMP2 cars, how stable they are. We talked a lot about this with the Ford Mustang. Kind of does the Watusi down the straightaway out. What I call it just kind of shimmies side to side at a high rate of speed, and I'm like, that can't be good, right?
Shimmy and a shake, man.
That wing in the back moves.
That's what I'm saying.
Behind it, it literally moves. It oscillates.
So it's the Watusi. That was the technical.
Watusi. I wasn't getting that reference, but it definitely moves, which took me by surprise.
One of the class leaders running second.
That's a problem.
That's not how you're supposed to do that.
That is a problem.
Race director Bo Barfield very clear in the drivers meeting that if you miss that, it's technically the second apex, that right-hander, you have to go all the way driver's right to that last bale of tires. You're not supposed to rejoin like that. So there's a very, very possible penalty coming for the number 7 of Nick Tandy.
Man, that would be brutal. Let's take another look at it. We've seen it happen a lot today with other cars. So it's one of those deals that the team certainly knows it. You would think the drivers have been versed in it.
So at this point, he needs to slam on the brakes, go hard right, and go driver's right of this bale of tires. But it's, I mean, that bale goes that section goes all the way to the wall. You would have to completely slow the car down. Honestly, Parker, looking at it in real speed, I'm not sure it's realistic. At that point, you could have made that.
And I was gonna comment that we're talking about the rubber down, the marbles, all the dirt and grind that's out there. I mean, there's just not enough grip potentially. I mean, look, you can see all the rubber, everything that he's gonna pick up on his tires here. If he just tries to slam the brakes and go right, that'd be different.
Oh, I'm not sure he would have made it.
Phil's not believing us at all.
I'm not buying that from.
I think I
the guy
thought there as I was looking at it, that would be tough.
You got the two guys that just like driving race cars recently. The guy that's been a race director pretty recently. I feel like there's a little bit of a conflict here.
He knew halfway after that first left-hand apex it wasn't going to happen. He had all the time in the world.
Well, maybe he's getting a little tired because Tandy has actually more drive time than any driver in the race so far. 8 hours and 19 minutes up to this point. And so we just hear it on the radio. He got a warning, which means
minions have spawned.
And let's explain, quickly about some of those cut rules down there. If you were to go through there and actually go bypass the inside apex and the last apex, you just have to not gain time. Basically, you can't make a pass or gain a massive amount of lap time. So maybe he slowed sufficiently for them to say, hey, it looked tough for you to get over there. You had a bigger problem, but you lost so much time. We're okay with
it. That's a call that's been consistent with other similar incidents down there. No time advantage or no advantage gain. Either position on the racetrack. Touches with a warning.
Not only do you lose a little bit of time doing that, your point about dust marbles offline there. That's gonna penalize you for the next 2-3 corners until you
driver mode right. Full driver.
Hitchhire validated too. I can attest to that. I had to go around the heart of racing Aston Martin at one point. I thought my tires would be clean by then. Went straight off into the exit.
Just look at it. You've got hot tires. They're grippy. You drive over that, it just picks all those marbles. When you picks his suspended rubber onto the tire there, and it's like driving on marbles.
We've talked about this for so long. We now have to take a break.
The great David Hobbs. Hey, let's end it with that's Clag.
Clag. Clag.
Take this jungle buff.
There's a look at your 4 class 24.
Fiber Internet Network, the best, fastest, and most reliable internet. Tap into the ultimate power for work, play, and gaming. Opt in to Optimum. Get fiber internet starting at just $40 a month. Call, click, or visit a store.
Introducing the second chance offer from BetMGM. What'd he say? If you bet on a player to score the first touchdown and instead he scores the second, boom, you get your money back in cash. Straight cash? Second chance, you heard? What if my guy fumbles? Some other guy scores first. Second chance. This offer only applies to touchdowns. Hurt the swing.
Get the second chance offer from BetMGM. The sport born in Vegas.
Myself, I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
My psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3 years first this relief, Rinvoq can stop joint damage and in PSA can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood.
Look, you gotta see him in the web.
The heat bears down upon you. Beware the shifting sands.
Tell your doctor if you've had these events: infection, Hep B or C, smoke.
Your left tower is under attack.
Don't take an allergic or have an infection.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Sauteed pepper and onions, melty cheese, and garlic aioli.
grilled or fried. Now that's a Zaxby's Philly. Who's got the sauce?
Your left tower is under attack.
It's the Rolex 24 as they run and it will continue all the way to the sector like it. I mean, any IMSA event is special, but Rolex 24, come on.
It's unbelievable. I mean, you walk through the grounds at night, listening to the cars, seeing the lights on track.
An enemy
Lights
slain.
on this? I mean, the atmosphere here, the environment is great. For 63 years of history.
One of my favorite events in American motorsports. And motorsports is tickets to kickoff party. Here, when there's a party, then a race goes down. That's right, and it's just so cool. My brother is actually here for the first time, my older brother, and last night the cars were going around. He said the cars and the lights and everything at night. He said this is epic, and he'd never been. And it was just like, this is amazing.
And they all have really different personalities.
Counter their
all the
curses.
races, right? I mean, Salem 6 Hour the Glen is great, but Petit Le Mans that wraps up at the end of the year, Sebring, what kind of history is there? I mean, it's just all the checker flag, really setting up. I mean, you're looking at 4 different classes right now. 4 cars on the lead lap in GTP. That's what we're pretty much doing. And then you get to the GT category. 7 still in contention, I would say, in GTD Pro. And man, look at GTD, 9 or 10 of them. And that qualifying, I think 15 cars or something like that in GTD were within a second. There were like 5 within a second.
An ally has been slain.
Well, it's just so impressive, the level of competition in IMSA right now. And at the front of it all is this man right here, Kevin Estra, in the Penske Porsche, navigating a little bit of PT traffic, a little bit of P2 traffic.
Your left tower is under attack.
Not let your guard down for even a second. It is made the last lap.
So pull out your crystal ball.
That was a
Ball
quick
says
fix.
it's not going to
Yeah.
hold.
And it didn't last long.
About a half hour we got out of it, so yeah, that's
Okay.
I was impressed by the quickness of that fix, and I was gonna say that's one of those.
Feast your eyes on this. It was all
An enemy has been slain.
impressive for a mortal.
Your left tower is under attack.
It's not going to come off. It's attached to the air jack. It's fine. Don't
Enemy missing.
Don't worry about it. You got GTT cars going around the bank at 200 plus miles an hour. You can't have a piece of that size. Think about the 4, the great racing, and a little push and shove with the BMW. It's a little foreshadowing for this moment.
yeah, it's it's an unfortunate thing. We had the light fall off, the rest of the bumper not coming off, but you see that air jack attached to that bit of bumper. The air one did not hold. And now it's going to be a thing. But here's the thing: if they come in, if that's a lengthy repair, they go laps down. Look, I don't encourage this kind of thing, but I'd be shocked if BMW wins GTD Pro if that car goes back out.
Retreat right lane.
I was gonna say
We're at Daytona. I mean, it's kind of a stock car thing, part of
Retreat right lane.
It's 10 years since he's won himself a Rolex in a great position to do it.
Please.
Just absolutely
Simply
breaking the rules and acting completely inappropriately and unsportsmanlike.
Your left tower is under attack.
Drivers like to win. Drivers have long memories.
And then there's hockey, right?
Yeah, exactly.
GTP pit stops top of your screen. That's Reese. Second place running at the time, Nick Tandy. Yeoman's work, 8 hours plus in the car. His final sit is complete. Felipe
Your left tower is under attack.
The Rolex climbs aboard to take it. It's going to be a routine Michelin tire change. Replenishment. Meanwhile, on the bottom, that bare bond lands at about 25 minutes for Tommy Milner as they continue to work on the back end of that Corvette. He climbs out. Nico Veroni will take it home here in GTD Pro as he continues to try to fight for the race win. Some more Bear Bond being added, this time at least Corvette yellow, but we'll see if this one holds this time.
An ally has been slain. Your left tower is under attack.
This is familiar territory, right?
Eyes on this.
Won the championship. That bit of confidence. What is he feeling right now as he heads out? It's all in his hand.
It's a lot of pressure.
An enemy has been slain.
Selected to fill this role again.
Be right back.
Look, we're still 2 hours into this race. The team car was only a few seconds up the road when this pit sequence started, but yeah, immense amount of pressure and expectation.
And I just love this moment in endurance sports car racing. And you have your guy, your man, or woman that you've chosen to be the finisher, and it's all on their hands. And as racer drivers, we want that game ball. We want the opportunity to be put in the position of, give me all the praise in the world, I'll go make it. At the end of this 24 here at Daytona, we see someone hops in one of these cars.
Your middle tower is under attack.
And does something unbelievable. It might be him.
At this point, you literally laid it all out. You put your hand on the table. This is it. This is what we've got. Let's go fight for the win. I mean, you talk about that clutch performer. I think that's
an ally has been slain.
One of the best finishes to a race I've ever seen, but that was a clutch performance there, and now Naz are hoping to do the same thing.
It's the Super Bowl. It's the World Series. You're standing there as teammates, putting it all in someone else's hands. The drivers have traded.
Your left tower is under attack.
James, and we'll hand it over to Lee Diffie and Calvin Fish on the other side.
Eyes on this.
An ally has been slain. Killing spree.
Leader. Problems here for the LMP2 leader. Oh,
your left tower is under attack.
Endurance racing does. This is what the Rolex 24 does. Mathieu Vaxivière.
The Pyromancer
This
has
car
arrived.
had turned on some of the best racing over the last few hours, and now it is stationary.
That is really big as well, getting a reset. So many energies going on with the 4 classes right now. So this
your left tower is under attack.
Let's see what
your
happens.
right tower is under attack.
Down into turn 1.
got broken half shaft, differential. Suddenly there's no drive there. Smoke.
Your left tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
It's not just 22 hours of racing. It's 3 months of prep since the last round of this championship back in 2000.
Be right back. Enemy missing middle.
Bringing the car here to compete for the win.
This AF Corsa from LMP2.
Your left tower is under attack.
chance to win the Rollers 24, and it all changes just like that.
Your left tower is under attack.
Is absolutely going, as is that team and the 3 teammates. If he was slated to flag with a stint or not.
So this is full course caution number 13. Lovely to be back with you on a different competition.
Feast your eyes on this.
Driving duties in the Vassar Sullivan Lexus. There's the AMR safety team there. Quickly once, as always, to grab that stranded LMP2 prototype.
Feast your eyes on this.
And as we gear up for the closing couple of hours, for those of you just joining us on Peacock, we'll make the switch to NBC at the top of the hour. Here's a quick reminder about what this second prototype class is all about.
The LMP2 class is a class that's been around for a very long time. They're prototype cars.
Enemy missing.
Your
left
cars.
Everybody has the same car, the same build. It really makes for a really close, tight racing.
Gang.
This is what you can call a control class, Cal, right? They all run with the same power unit.
Slain an enemy.
Are approved to run in that class, but the Oracle is the popular choice and they're dominating.
I've gone through worse.
So it's really like drivers like Dane Cameron, who is now one of the co-drivers of this number 99 car that's out there right now with a young Johnny Edgar behind the wheel. He loves that, the fact that you're not playing those balance and performance games. You have equal
Enemy missing middle.
Same tire, same power plant, open together, fine-tuning these race cars, put the right setup on it, and then the driver.
Your left tower is under attack.
Work behind the wheel.
Talking about prototypes and prototype drivers, and somebody who knows all about all of the class structures in
an enemy has been
series
slain.
Because he's a big event winner and he's a champion is Colin Brown. He's with Matt.
Always steps up to the occasion. All the way back to when it was Team 16, you and a pair of 16-year-old buddies. So much history here. 4 wins all together, 3 in class. So you know about the Rolexes and how things can change even
Your left tower is under attack.
Debrief exactly how the car was in different stages. What were a couple of the big things you passed on?
Yeah, you know, it's great. I mean, obviously, Tom and I have driven together now for quite a while, so we got a good rapport. But yeah, just telling him about how the tire decks. You know, HRC's got a lot of really great tools in the side on the highway and kind of tune that as the tire decks. Plus, we've got front and rear anti-roll bars, so a whole lot of tools that are, I guess, at our ability to be able to tune. But, you know, making those right changes and almost making some wrong changes early. Pass on all that knowledge to Tom and set him up for, you know, killing it for these last few stints.
They were the overall winners 2 years ago, trying for a 5th.
An enemy has been slain.
So they're a lap down at the moment, Cal. But all is not lost for the 60.
No, because
an enemy has been slain. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
But looking at the track position right now, I believe the 60 is ahead of the 7, so theoretically, they'll keep the 60 car out with Longquist, and he should get that lead by and get back on that lead lap.
All right,
attack!
As I mentioned, for the 13th time here,
here hanging out with you, and I
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Oh, no doubt.
Excellent.
Ever since the sun came up, I think you could feel that happening, and now it's just talking came out. It made me think. I looked at the time, and I said, you know, it doesn't matter. 500 miles for the Daytona 500, or whatever it may be. Something's going to happen towards the end of the race. It's going to impact it, and then put some drivers that maybe thought they didn't have a chance. They're going to put them right back in the mix. So now we were interested in this is potentially a massive break for the 7 car, right? Because they just hit it a few laps ago. Would you leave your driver in the 7 car out here, not pit, and then inherit?
Yes, I think so, Marty. I mean, he's got 90% energy on right now. You're looking at 3 stints.
Enemy missing. Be careful.
Full stints, as we now see Estra on pit lane along with the 24. So we're going to see what cycles out here. But I believe Blomqvist, most importantly, may get that lap back and get on the tail end of that lead lap. And he's got a bundle of energy on board as well. So it really puts them back in the game, Kev.
And there's a thought that the 60 not only got the break with the caution, they may cycle out to second behind the 7. You see a rear wing
A tasty elixir for these long nights.
On the 6, Kevin Estra is staying in the car. Further up, the 24 is also going to take a stop here.
Your left tower is under attack.
Will stay in for them. So we'll see who can win this race on pit lane.
They're having a problem here.
An ally has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
No panic yet, but that thing needs to align. Sometimes if a car's taking a bit of a flip, somebody offends somebody.
Retreat right lane, right lane.
Locate this tail section.
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
Seconds ago.
Retreat right lane. Enemy ultimate incoming.
I believe they're doing
An ally has been slain.
Force change, try and change the balance here for the sharp end of this race. But something is not aligning right now. This is crucial right now. They've got to really figure this out.
Here we go. Try again. They just eased that fit so it was more together. There we go. That looks better.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, they just lose the leverage of that T-zone. They should just try and get it straightened up. So maybe that tail is taking a bit of a hit.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Predetermined who that finishing driver is going to be. We're now on single stint Michelin tires here, and have paid the price through the night with double stints and right sides only for a number of.
Your left tower is under attack.
So, as it exits, still just how treacherous it is exiting pit road. As we've just gone under the 2-hour mark left in this Rolex 24, we want to welcome in our driving teammate, Townsend.
Slain an enemy. Your left tower is under attack.
Is going to get out. Okay. Vanderlyn is next. Might he take it to the finish? We'll find out. So they are down now, just waiting on energy, waiting on fuel to release, Matt.
Keep an eye on those Ford Mustangs, celebrating a decade of excellence from 85 to 95. When they won 9 and 10 races, these cars are looking strong.
You have slain an enemy. Your middle tower is under attack.
Yes.
What is your thoughts on how you were racing there ultimately?
Basically.
An enemy has been slain. Your team has destroyed the fire
When
tower.
you're an artist.
Be right back. Be careful.
Your team has destroyed the pyromancer.
Just, it's embarrassing.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Defend the Gold Fury.
On a lap after they already had a penalty for blocking, they continue to stay out. To block
Dispel
more.
their attacks. I'm on it.
And then whoever was driving the 48, I think it was Farfus, really slowed me up in 3. It got me a little bit crossed up a little bit, and it put me into the 1. Made pretty good contact with him. The car's not totally right for sure. So, yeah.
Killing spree!
For sure, not to mention the problems that we've had with the bumper. Hopefully that's...
An ally has been slain.
It's just disappointing, you know.
Double kill.
Motor Motorsports have done a great job all race long.
Attack!
Really proud of it. Guys, done a great job all day long. It's just a shame. Work that hard. Have a good result. And to be spoiled like that is
Few hours left, but they don't have the track position. They have to look at it. Okay, let's talk to someone else involved, not the 48. That might be the most with these counter racing. But first, let's talk about where things are at.
Yeah, I mean,
An ally has been slain.
we're losing a little bit of our pace generally through the night. We're all
Rampage!
I think the Corvette has shown that as it's warming up, they have a bit of an advantage on the longer run. So, yeah. Strengths and our weaknesses. We tried something different on the last stop, which seemed to help us in terms of outlap pace. So, yeah, kind of just throwing some of the dark.
Feast your eyes on this.
Enemy ultimate incoming.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury. Your right tower is under attack.
Keep it in school, obviously. I'm sure he would have liked to move the front. Yeah, let's hope it's a good show for the rest of the race, and everyone can come home with 4 wheels in the car.
Your right tower is under attack.
All right, appropriately, T-Bell, come in real quick.
Oh, wow. Go straight through the controversy, apparently. Listen, I had a perfectly clean Lexus, and every
Your
one
left
of my
tower
7
is under attack.
TB.
Not bad.
You haven't lost it, mate.
Hey, there's hope.
I'll carry your helmet. How about that? That's
Steady
The
hands are
pyromancer
still a value
has
in this
arrived.
sport. That much I can say. Kyle Kirkwood here, my teammate, as we ride on board the number 14 GTD Pro car. It's been a tough 24 hours or 22 hours for our team. Had some big contact. T-List was behind the wheel, got banked
Attack
up by
left
somebody, had to
lane.
go back to the garage. The 12 car went out with engine issues, but the 14 soldier
On my way.
looks like will bring things home. But man, I had a blast out there. What a grind! Great to be back in IMSA racing, and just so many first. That was certainly my story today. An absolute blast.
GTD Pro competition. There's a special guest on the Peacock Pit Box, DJ and Marty.
Yeah, Lee, I just want to make sure going on right now. Mike Rockenfeller has nothing to do with it. He and his Mustang have been.
The enemy team has destroyed the Pyramid. Be careful. Your team has destroyed a left-handed.
Complete.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Those big flies on me.
Everything is possible.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your left enemy Phoenix.
Yes.
And what are drivers willing to do?
Yeah, I mean, before, really everybody gets each other in the room, and you take it a bit easy. I mean, obviously, we have seen also that it's not always the case. But in my case, that's what I try. You know, you don't want to scratch the car. It doesn't really make a difference at the beginning. Now it does. So now elbows are out, and now you don't want to give up anything anymore. Still, you have to
On
be
my
smart.
way.
It's important
Attack!
to finish and score the points.
Gank left lane.
Your right tower is under attack. Unstoppable, Mike. Your right tower is under attack. An enemy has been slain. Double kill. Triple kill! Define!
Everybody makes sure that
Deicide.
is also spot on when he calls the green. And, yeah, hopefully we can benefit from, like I said,
Congratulations! You escaped death today.
This world belongs to me.
thought at the end of the race maybe they will suffer a bit, and our
Victory.
setup choice, we are a little stiff on the rear with the rear bar, and we hope that plays out, and so far it doesn't look like, but we will find out now, right? Now it's about time to see which car is better, especially when you go in a restart, you have to put energy into the tire. You know, tire needs to be up to temp straight away, so I really hope that we benefit from that. But you're right, it's crazy, especially in this race now with the temperature difference through the night, how difficult it was just to stay on track, especially with the GTP cars. I know it from my own experience. With the GTD, it's a little easier. We have ABS, car is a bit heavier, you have more roll. It's easier to get the tires up to temp without taking too much risk.
So I want to ask you, 2024 was kind of a rough year for the Fords, but you guys showed up with speed, obviously on the pole for the 63rd running of the Rolex 24. But the cool aspect to me, and DJ and I talked about this, he was a Ford guy forever, right? It has been fun here in IMSA to see the Ford-Chevy battle. And I mean, it's going on right now. You guys are 1-2. I know right now we're talking about BMW and Chevy, but it's been fun to see this Mustang and Chevy battle.
Oh yeah, it is a lot of fun. I think, of course, for us as Ford, you know, it's amazing that we can race Ferraris, Porsches, Mercedes, everybody. Of course, Chevy, as you guys in America, you love that battle.
Yes.
But we are here to beat everybody, and clearly we are here to beat Chevy.
Fun hanging out with you, Rocky. This restart coming up is going to be a fun one to watch as well, Diff.
Hey, I think it's pretty cool that Rocky's done 5 NASCAR Cup Series starts, and he gets to sit. He's talking about side by side. He's side by side with a Hall of Famer. That's pretty cool, and it's great to have Mike here in his continuing career, because Rocky, we got to know Rocky as a young Porsche driver. He's been coming here for over 20 years. That is a great career, and it has been a terrific run for those Ford Multimatic Mustangs.
Div, for the last 22 hours, these drivers have been protecting their cars. You heard Rocky mention it. The front, the back, the sides, but also the bottom. And they protect the bottom of the car right here, this brand new bus stop curb. You see those yellow hard triangles on the inside? I'm curious now, how much do drivers start to challenge the triangles to straighten out the bus stop and find precious speed at the risk of maybe destroying the bottom of their car? That's going to be the tightrope walk for so many of these cats right now. There's speed to be found, but can the car survive?
Well, you certainly did it in years past when it was grass through there, where you drop wheels through there, and there were consequences early in the race if you did it heavily. But certainly this year, totally different ball game with the height of those curbs.
There are 4 cars in GTP and overall on the lead lap. And with an hour 48 to go, that is phenomenal. That is going to be a compelling battle to the end. As we see green, let's go back to racing. There are 5 cars in LMP2 on the lead lap. Let's get back to it, and they're side by side. The Acura and the Porsche down into turn 1.
Wild stuff there. That white fin, red and white Porsche. That is Kevin Estre, the Frenchman. He makes the move around Blomqvist.
Look at this, outside, around the 10. That's Philippe Albuquerque in that bright blue Dex Imaging Cadillac, not on the lead lap, 2 laps down. But the Penske Porsche needs to get by it.
He does, but Albuquerque can't afford to give it up. There's still almost 2 hours in this race. You got to somehow get back on that lead lap.
Meanwhile, in GTD, side by side there with the AO Porsche, I think that's the WeatherTech Corvette, the 91, almost banging doors as they approach turn 5. 2 factory yellow Corvettes up ahead.
Look at that bright green Porsche. That's Lauren Heinrich, the reigning champion in GTD Pro of the series. And he's making some pretty bold moves.
He really is. They lost a bit of track position with having to change the rear bodywork about an hour or so ago. He's deep in that GTD Pro pack, but he has got the speed and the talent to drive to the front.
I'll ask you a question. Where do we look? Where do we look? There's so much going on. Top box for the overall spot. And it's Felipe Nasr who leads the way, the man who brought it home last year for Porsche Penske Motorsport, both in this race and in the championship.
Yeah, but
Green line in GTD in the bus stop. Sorry, guys, for jumping in. That is crazy. No way they can make it. But maybe they can.
This is going to be crazy here for the final 2 hours. Everyone up on the wheel, including Dries Vanthoor. He takes the BMW to the high side, looking for the lead.
This guy who started on the pole position puts BMW M, Rahal, Letterman, Lanigan back out in front.
He locks up into that brake zone, just took it in so deep. Oh, and he's sideways through there. Nasr has to give it up a little bit. Dries Vanthoor, the Belgian, putting it all on the line.
What a save from Vanthoor. I thought that was going to be lights out, game over. He somehow hung on, but Nasr to the advantage as they come to the kink.
To the kink, and the Porsche will surge ahead. You would think this is the last lap of the Rolex 24. There's still an hour 45 to go.
Talking to the BMW camp, they feel that their car is better in the warm conditions. We saw that in the first 2 hours of the race by Dries Vanthoor when he started the race from the pole and took off. These are now similar conditions to yesterday.
There's a good old-fashioned Munich fist fight here. BMW versus Porsche at the front. And boy, it seems like Penske wants the 1-2 today.
That car on the high side, the red and white Porsche 963, that's Kevin Estre. So he goes by the lapped car of Philippe Albuquerque. And now the top 3 cars are legitimate positions. First, second, third.
One behind Albuquerque, that blue car is Tom Blomqvist in the Acura. The sister car has had a bit of drama throughout the course of this 24-hour race, but they still have speed in the Acura.
Cal, I wonder if Vanthoor is talking to himself saying, hey, you got to settle down. You almost threw this whole thing away. Look at this.
That's Zilish making the big bold move, blocking. They're off the racetrack right there. Bodywork is flying.
That's the heart of racing, Aston Martin and the Winwood Racing Mercedes and the AWA Corvette. Take a ride.
My recipe's spiced with a dash of doom.
That's about 165 miles an hour there into that Le Mans chicane in these GT machines.
That was Lucas Auer being the passer and the blocker, and this is Dries Vanthoor. Watch him light it up here. The lead car sideways, sprint car style.
He tried to lay into the 700 horsepower diff, but his right sides were on the exit curb. Those chatter curbs just spin up the rear axle, and again, you can't get any closer to crashing than Vanthoor just did right there.
Just craziness. They're warming it down from 205 miles an hour down to about 80 miles an hour through turn 1. Then he's putting those 700 horses, as you said, Townsend, back to use.
To quote you, brother, woe it up.
Meanwhile, in GTD, I mean, this looks like a scene from the documentary Cocaine Cowboys or something. These guys are wild, chewing up their race cars. Here comes the Corvette up the inside.
Nico Verone makes a move on Schiller and puts it in front of the Mercedes, up into the top three. They're going to be fired up there in that four cam. Haven't had that damage a little bit earlier in this race from the sister BMW that sits right in front of them.
And this is how crazy it is. Yes, we're just getting back into the rhythm after a restart, but there's less than 5 seconds separating first through 9th in GTD Pro. We couldn't ask for it to be any more thrilling in this closing hour and 3/4. Back to the front, back to the Porsche, BMW Porsche.
Look at Astra. He has caught this lead duo in a hurry. The second of the two Porsches, third car in the frame. Looks like he's got the pace right now.
When Kevin Astra was racing Porsche GT cars, I raced with him at Mosport. I saw him do things with a car I never thought possible. This guy has car control for days.
We're going to slip away to a break. Then we're going to make the change over to network television. We will see you shortly. Make the switch, make the change. NBC coming up.
At Michelin, we don't just race for medals. We race to test, to learn, to find answers, to discover innovative ways. We race to
Minions have spawned.
to overcome technology limits, to improve the way we all move, to make possible what is not. No, at Michelin, we do not race just for glory. We race for change.
Get ready to defy expectations with Optimum's 100% fiber internet network. Best, fastest, game. To Optimum. Get fiber internet starting in just $40. Click or visit a store.
Introducing the second chance offer from BetMGM. What'd he say? If you bet on a player to score the first touchdown and instead he scores the second, boom, you get your money back. Second chance, man. My guy fumbles. Some other guy scores first. Second chance. What do you need second chance to land on me? I hurt my sleeve.
Meet my claim!
When you'd rather enjoy the pool than clean someone else's, what is that?
Help!
If not, Conrad Hotels and Resorts. Hilton. Where the
However, in the nighttime hours, 7.5 hours in, there was a multi-car crash, really severe, more than 6 cars, and several of them. So you race in the nighttime to get through.
Your left tower is under attack.
The Rolex 24 at Daytona. I mentioned it yesterday.
By the shackles. First, okay. Yeah.
Get any better than this to kick it off this way, Cal.
It doesn't lead. This is the ultimate motor racing stage and arena right now.
An ally has been slain.
234 drivers here representing 31 nations. It's a
An enemy has been
teenage
slain.
Formula One drivers in this race. The top three from last year's IndyCar Championship are in the field. And TB, we got NASCAR well represented as well.
Oh yeah, the big names are here.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Leading right now.
An enemy has been slain.
Penske, Felipe Nasser, a long, successful Formula One career, one of the fastest guys in open wheel racing. Sport years ago, and now is a three-time IMSA champion, and has also won the Rolex last year overall. And Kevin try to go after a one. And then the other end of the age spectrum. How about young Connor Zilic, one of the hottest in his Cup Race Series NASCAR debut at COTA this year with Red Bull. He won straight out of the gate at Daytona and Sebring last year. He is a bright young American star in the making.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
At the same time, GTP and LMP2, they
Defend right lane.
classes, and GTP, the hybrid-powered BMW
An enemy has been slain.
going for overall honors. And then there are the likes of your Porsches, Ferraris, Lamborghinis, etc. Corvettes in the GTD classes. There's a GTD Pro for all professional drivers, GTD Pro, and Ferram. And that is the most populated class with 22 stars.
Your right tower is under attack.
Amazing number of manufacturers who are represented in this race, and look at this battle up front in GTD Pro. Led by BMW right now, the South African Kelvin van der Linde behind the wheel, and the American muscle. Chris Mees behind the wheel of that 65 Ford Mustang, 6th second in the frame right there. Then chased by a very disgruntled Corvette squad who got roughed up by a fellow BMW just an hour ago, but they are back in the fight, Tim.
Well, American muscle going at it there for second and third.
Killing spree.
Mustang versus Corvette. I know Jim Farley, the CEO of Ford Motor Company, is here in Daytona, and his Mustangs have the meat on the straightaway. They are the fastest cars in a straight line, but Cal, after 22.5 hours of racing, how clean is the front grille on that thing? Because to make horsepower, you need air. And if you're not getting all the air, you're losing a bit.
Shut down! Your left tower is under attack.
You're going to see the track house.
By the shuttle.
Ninja pain.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack. Your right tower is under attack.
Attack right lane.
He could finish this race based on all the data that he's the absolute quickest. We're talking about a first-time Cup race winner in SVG, and Scott McLaughlin, a top 3 IndyCar championship driver, multi-race winner. What an honor for Zilic to show his stuff on the big stage.
Your left tower is under attack.
18 years old, his second consecutive Rolex winning, one here, one of the prototypes in LMP2. Makes this move to the GTD Pro class. He's been learning the ropes over the last 22 hours or so, but right in front of him is Rexy. The green driven by Lauren Heinrich, last year's GTD Pro champion. He is an ace from the Porsche squad.
And if you are not a regular to motorsport viewing, if you haven't heard of Connor Zilic, you will soon, outside of this race. He's a teenager. NASCAR Xfinity. Just about everything he's ever raced. He is fast-tracking.
An ally has been slain. Your is under attack. An ally has been slain.
Village now is in the big time and shining. This is cool. Cal, you mentioned the 7.
Your right tower is under attack. Your left tower is under attack.
In the middle of that big crash that we saw in the early hours of the night, survived that. They had to change the rear bumper. That cost them some time early this morning, but they are back in the fight. Looks like these cars are so evenly matched right now. But for Connor Zilisch, he is learning. He is learning every lap of this race. Can he push further forward?
Just over an hour and a half remain.
Never gonna say no to more sugar.
This Rolex 24 at Daytona under sunny skies.
An enemy has been slain.
Brazilian Felipe Nasr may very well steer this Porsche.
Attack left lane.
Resistance.
You told Mom to send her prescription to
An ally has been slain.
You're stuck behind this guy.
An ally has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your right tower is under attack.
Right to her door.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower has been destroyed.
Deposit check easily and send money quickly. That's convenience from Chase. Make more of what's yours. The itch and rash of moderate to severe eczema.
Your left tower is under attack.
Night and day. Despite treatment, it's still not under control. But now, I have Rinvoq. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that reduces the itch and helps clear the rash of eczema fast. Some taking Rinvoq felt significant itch relief as early as 2 days, and some achieved dramatic skin clearance as early as 2 weeks. Many saw clear or almost clear skin.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment tests for TB, serious infections, blood clots, some fatal, cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI.
An enemy has been slain.
CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor.
Double kill has failed me. Your middle tower is under attack. Your team has destroyed a left. An ally has been slain.
My feelings are right back!
Double kill.
And then you have to come here.
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain.
I'll take you back to a few moments ago. Check this this out. This is a fight for second.
You cannot escape!
Build up high. Vantor right in here. Let's see if something happens when they get down to the Lamont.
Your right tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
See that curbing I talked about? That huge puff of white dust that came off the floor. Enough his point there. Right on board with 24 here with Vantor, and you'll see how hard that curb strike is. The question is, did Extra block or do anything outside the regulations?
Race control just determined that he gained an advantage by shortcutting the entrance to that. Let's watch. And he had to give the position back. Dries Vantor is now ahead.
There you go.
He had to give that position back.
Estra has to go there, though, to avoid a massive accident. So I don't know that I'd call this a shortcut. You see the BMW's turning in, and Estra says, if I go straight, I'm going to absolutely explode.
It's not possible!
Attack, 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 attack.
Called that one on weather technical victories. The French connected through the
Even though you see 1-2 now, Estra has since subsequently gone back by him.
You just get the sense from watching Vantor that he had turned to earlier, and then that urgency right there. Penske and Porsche are just the length of the stint. We'll see if he's got anything. I think the best he can look for right now.
On my way!
And try to make a move in traffic when Kevin Estra is going to have to check up when they come around and catch GT cars again. So if he can just kind of hang in the toe here, save his tires a little bit, maybe Vantor can make another bold move.
For the 234 drivers that started, there was including Kimmy Howell's first rolling. For you.
Fantastic. I want to give you a great view from the spotter shortly. And this is where the driver's eyes in the skies are relaying critical information to the teams. This race has now become a sprint. The intensity has picked up. You can absolutely feel it here. And these spotters are fighting absolute exhaustion. The stakes are the highest. Every call they make matters.
See Chris Mees there, almost laying a bumper on that BMW for the lead in GT.
An enemy has been slain. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dinosaur livery so popular with the fans.
Call the conventioner! My feelings are hurting!
Your team has destroyed a right enemy tower.
And the GTD Pro lead in the BMW in front.
Any gentlemanly moves from GT cars with faster prototypes.
An ally has been slain.
Turf war. You want to own the apex, and even if
What about some more chocolate buttons?
Destroying the lap time of another class. Anything to bring your average down. Everything you can to in the front now.
Audi factory driver now joins his GTP.
The mark.
So much success.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain. Your left tower is Your left tower is under attack. Yeah.
And have a look how close it is in LMP. Look at the names. Next champion and current IndyCar driver Christian Rasmussen leads 4-time IndyCar champ. Overall winner here. Former F1 driver Paul DeResta. Former IndyCar driver Benjamin Peterson. And a 3-time winner here, Ryan Dial. There are stars everywhere in this field.
There is. This is Spike the Dragon. Cars campaigned by the same group, AO Racing, that run the dinosaur livery car in GTD Pro.
So they're great.
An ally has been slain.
And this team, it hasn't all been smooth. Right from the beginning, team so there's been a little bit of...
Your middle tower is under attack. An ally has been slain. Your team has destroyed a left enemy tower has been destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. Killing spree.
Ooh, spellbinding.
An enemy has been slain. An enemy has been slain.
Feel significant symptom relief at 4 weeks with Skyrizi. Skyrizi is proven to
Attack the Gold Fury. Spellbinding. Attack the Gold Fury.
At 12 weeks and 1 year.
Don't use if allergic. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment gets
An ally has been slain.
Help! With Skyrizi. Abby could help you save.
Mighty cancel that.
It is wise to listen instead of speaking.
Without daily HIV pills. Good to go binge watch. Good to go out even later. With Cabenuva, there's no pausing for daily HIV pills. For adults who are undetectable, Cabenuva is the only complete, long-acting HIV treatment you can get every other month. It's 2 injections from
An ally has been slain.
6 times a year. Don't take Cabenuva if allergic to its ingredients or taking certain medicines that may interact. Serious side effects include reactions, liver problems, and depression. If these occur, get medical help right away. Tell your doctor about your medicines or supplements, medical conditions, liver, kidney problems, mental health, pregnancy, and breastfeeding. Talk to your doctor about
The enemy team has destroyed the pyramids.
More than you expect. All day.
Bow to your ruler. An enemy has been slain.
There are so many stars, and one of them is Felipe Nasser, the former Formula One driver. Actually,
killing spree. Your left tower is under attack.
Attack Fire Giant.
Shake and said, "Oh, what have I been missing?" He desperately tried to get back while he was getting to Formula One. Couldn't make it happen.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
It would take something really special to get me.
Your left tower is under attack.
He's trying to go back to back in the Rolex 24 to make it.
The iconic Mustang brand. Serve notice and qualifying.
Your team has destroyed the Fire Giant.
Main focus for 25 was taking care of the lessons learned.
Your left tower is under attack.
Frustration led into those opportunities to the board right now. Just knocking on the door is the 65 of Chris Vermees trying to get back to the point, Dylan.
Matt, we saw the 99 LMP2 hit before the schedule. They have got a problem. They are still on pit road. Had heard maybe that they thought it was a battery issue. They had still trying to diagnose exactly what is wrong, but the heat coming off this car is immense, obviously. Trying to diagnose and figure out exactly what is wrong with this car, but their shot at a race win is over here today at the Rolex.
They were definitely the favorite, I think, to try and bring it home here in LMP2. Devastating blow this late going down in the bell houses. Related or what is exactly happening, but here we see the two Porsche Penske machines. The number 6 car made a critical bodywork change. They changed the tail on that race car during the yellow right before we
killing spree
segment of the race. And I wonder if that's just fine-tuned that car and given that car a little bit more of an edge in performance over the sister car that currently leads.
Will be the team orders here because Estra drawing ever closer to Felipe Nasr. They're level set.
Attack the Gold Fury.
Nasr has burned more energy on the stint,
The Pyromancer
so Estra could go a
has
little bit
arrived.
longer. If he finds clean air, he could get him on the overcut.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
Think about what they've accomplished. Joey Logano winning a 3rd NASCAR.
Be right back!
Shut down!
Newgarden winning the Indianapolis 500. For these guys, for this particular organization, winning not only this race a year ago, but then going on to win the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship overall, and the Global Sports Car Championship known as the WEC or World
How many decades Team Penske has been winning, decade after decade after decade, and now
Be right back!
to the history of this team, they continue to dominate. It's really spectacular, and they've done such a great job with this program because it didn't start out a winner. It was a struggle in the early days when GTP Porsches first showed up a couple of years ago.
Your team has destroyed the Pyromancer.
Remember all the issues in the brake zones.
Be careful.
The fly-by-wire system, some of the crashes in the lines.
Your right tower is under attack. Your right tower is destroyed. Your middle tower is under attack. You have been slain. Your right Phoenix is under attack. Rampage! Double kill! Killing spree! An enemy has been slain.
That middle wing!
GDP is the fastest class in IMSA. Top class prototypes.
Racing machine. It looks like a spaceship. Super fast, lots of downforce.
The best drivers, best teams, best manufacturers. Porsche, Cadillac, Lamborghini, BMW,
Acura, great racing, great teams.
Just repeating that at this top level.
Your team has destroyed a middle enemy tower.
Acura, Cadillac, Lamborghini, and coming is Aston Martin with that. There's more manufacturers coming in the future in the coming years.
A lot of buzz right now. McLaren may be joining, maybe Ford continues to build.
What I love about GTP is, if you think in the road car world what a hypercar or a supercar is like in its daily life, it's bubble wrapped, it's protected, it's rarely driven in anger. And then you
shut down.
Cars are essentially those cars ready to rip and
here next to each other. I don't know if this is the last stop. Nonetheless, Sebastian Bourdais behind the wheel of the Tower Motorsports number 8, Paul DeResta staying in the United Autosport number 22. Both these cars just waiting for fuel, and the race off cycles back through.
And that Tower Motorsports number 8, gets the early jump. And Bourdais yet another example of a legendary driver that was in the Premier class last year with Chip Ganassi Racing. That program
under attack. An ally has been slain. Double kill. Deicide.
As all about these drivers getting these
The
mission
Pyromancer has
up
arrived.
to temperature, pressured up, and the grip will be underneath them quickly. They just have to really tiptoe through this infield, and when they get up on the high banks, it really develops a lot of energy in the tires. Then you should be good to go.
one guy left, whether or not they have one lap
Deicide. The enemy team has destroyed the fire giant. Your left tower is under attack.
Continues. Let's check in on the pit box. Marty?
Hey, Div. Welcome to the Peacock Pit Box, everyone, along with the NASCAR Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett and James Hinchcliffe, who drove part of this race, also doing TV for part of this race.
Your left tower is under attack.
About this weekend has been watching the three-time Daytona 500 winner take in his first ever Rolex 24. DJ, kind of give me some highlights from the weekend.
The enemy team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
But I'll give it to you. It has been incredible. Everyone's been the first thing that comes to mind is going down. Just the incredible technology that's involved there. And then to get in this massive humanity on pit road before, there's so much access there. Then the fireworks came last night, just before I was able to leave here. Set the fireworks up. I can't imagine what the drivers did. Have you ever been on the track, James, whenever that happened?
Yeah, it's distracting.
Yes, I can only imagine. Yeah.
It was DJ's fault last night for every driver that wants to know. James, we started the show yesterday explaining, so how far can you go in a 24-hour race? So oddly enough, we can take a non-direct route and get all the way across the country in 24 hours.
It's a coast-to-coast trip, guys. I mean, these cars are doing phenomenal speed. We're covering crazy distances. You're starting just
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has been destroyed. Your middle Phoenix is under attack. Your middle Phoenix has been destroyed.
And VP Racing fuel for Felipe Nasser. And he's still going to need one more stop, although maybe a lot of caution for those that are still...
An ally has been slain.
Great news is, Kevin, this is building for a grand...
Your Titan is under attack. An enemy has been slain.
This gives you some indication across the span of 24 hours, and not just cruising, but having some...
An ally has been slain. Your Titan is under attack.
But the equivalent of driving across the country and what you would cover. The places... Pretty mind-boggling, isn't it?
An enemy has been slain.
Speeds of around 180, 190, 200 miles an hour. This land, and we're doing it in a...
Shut down!
I'm Walker Wakefield, fourth generation of Wakefield Automotive here in Spartanburg. For nearly 80 years, is our family has customers like one of our own. At Wakefield, we are family. And so are you!
Attack the Gold Fury!
Defy expectations with Optimum Fiber. Get the best internet at our best price. Now starting at just $40 a month. Plus, get $400 prepaid MasterCard on us with faster speed.
Your team has destroyed the Gold Fury.
The player to score the first touchdown, and instead he scores the second. Boom! You get your money back in cash. Straight cash. Same thing, nerd.
An ally has been slain.
What if you need a second chance to land on the beat?
Get the second chance offer from BetMGM, the sportsbook born in
Defend the fire giant! Defend the fire giant!
An ally has been slain.
Where we celebrate Tex-Mex Mondays, Taco Tuesdays.
Double kill. You have been slain. Deicide.
International racing season with a 24-hour Daytona Continental. A brisk but balmy afternoon has turned into a bitterly cold night. The eerie hours in Daytona. 15 hours of solid blackness. Ken Miles and Lloyd Ruby.
Your Titan is under attack.
A magnificent first round in the battle for world.
Some of the magical moments here, and that was the first 24-hour great victory
Defeat.
for Lloyd Ruby and Ken Miles for the Shelby American team. You know the movie Ford versus Ferrari? That's that era, and that combination of Ken and Lloyd. Boy, they went on and won Sebring. They were a great duo. Played a significant part in Ford's development and success in endurance sports car racing. The fans, we say thank you, because it hasn't been the warmest temperatures this week and over these 24 hours, but it's been better, that's for sure. And they've come out to see one of the classics, the Rolex 24 here at Daytona. Welcome back, folks. Lee Diffie, Calvin Fish, Townsend Bell with you. We've got our whole team, our whole family here enjoying what is building to be a tremendous scrap between teammates at Porsche Penske Motorsport.
After that pit stop cycle, our leader, Felipe Nasr, has now dropped down to P3. He was on pit lane about 3 seconds longer than this car, the number 6 car. It is now driven by Matty Campbell. And they've been split by the BMW as well. Dries Van Toorn now is the meat in this Porsche sandwich. There he is. Oh, and he's into the side of that GT machine.
So Van Toorn right there, but Campbell still fighting for tire temperature. Up ahead, that Porsche Penske is about a lap and a half into the stint on fresh tires, and it takes probably 3 laps for the front tires to come in. Kev, what happened there with the 24?
Well, before that, Dries Van Toorn has really been struggling. They made an air pressure adjustment to try to help it. And remember, this BMW M has probably been the fastest throughout the week plus. Fastest in qualifying, really fast yesterday by almost a second in these similar conditions. Not the best right now, but they might still have something in the final hour.
Townsend, I'm not sure if I've been seeing that oscillation at the front end of that BMW like I'm seeing right now. Look at the splitter there on the front end of that BMW. Saw a really big time
massive.
down in the Le Mans chicane as well.
That thing looks like it's Jet Lawrence firing through the whoops. It must be damage from that contact on the right front. Let's see it again. Yeah, that was a low percentage move. He hesitated, backed out, and then he decided to go for it. And here's the slow-mo of the porpoising you're talking about. I'm not sure if that's the nose is loose or if broken suspension, maybe a damper.
Looks like that
compromised.
Yeah, it looks like that right front part of the splitter is a little bit lower and kind of wiggling around here through one of the lower speed corners. Then when you get up to about 200 miles an hour, that's obviously going to exaggerate and exacerbate that situation.
Gotta think it's hugely disruptive to what Vantour's feeling behind the wheel, especially as the speed builds on the straightaway. I don't think this is going to fix itself, Cal. No, it's hopping.
So as Dries Vanthoor has his hands full in second place overall and in GTP, let's talk GTD Pro with Kim Coon. Kim?
Scott McLaughlin has climbed down from the pit stand to talk to us. You've been watching this action. The hands of your team are now in 18-year-old Connor Zilich's. What's it like watching him?
Oh, it's great. He's a superstar, but he just got driven into his door by some Barry into turn one. So I don't know. He's having a great race. Unfortunately, it's been a long 24 hours. The WeatherTech Corvette's been, up and down the leaderboard. But yeah. Oh, actually, he spun into him, but that was my bad. But look, he's having a crack. He's 18 years old, but man, it's been hard to drive, but we're just trying to come back a bit. And yeah, I'm bummed for him, but we'll keep pressing here and see how we go.
We're gonna let Scotty Mack get back up on the timing stand. You guys were nervous about the maxing out of Connor Zilich's hours. Scotty did do 2 hours this morning, checked in with the team. They are gonna be right at the edge of that maximum time for Connor in the car, but they are not worried about it. It's gonna be just
Shane
under.
Van Gisbergen. You'll see him full-time in the NASCAR Cup Series this year for Trackhouse. Red Bull coming back to NASCAR with that team as well. And that spin affected Paul Chaton in the 18 Era Motorsport LMP2 car.
Yeah, here we're looking at the damage to the number 21 car. I think that was the car that got attacked by Dries Vanthoor on the opposite side. See smoke from the right-hand side here. Big concern for Zilich. He survived that spin. He's back underway. Will he draw a penalty for that avoidable contact?
Oh, it's a puncture. It looks like on the right front.
Well, maybe it's the left rear and maybe it's just crossweight across the car, but no, there's damage there on the right as well, but maybe that's from the...
That's something else. He got into the back of somebody. He was hit on the left rear.
Look at the
but
left
the
rear.
nose of the car is all jacked up. Maybe it was already damaged.
You see the sidewall on the Michelin tire completely scuffed up from where he took the hit from the BMW earlier.
Oh no, Dries Vanthoor's off. Second place overall.
Exit of turn one.
That's been a trouble spot for Vanthoor over the last couple hours. Remember, he had the huge moment earlier trying to make the move. As we ride on board, this is the same thing, overshooting the brake zone and then trying to hang on through the grass. And
that was the leader right in front of him. Down into turn one, Matt Campbell just took it in really deep, just misses his braking point by a whisker, and he's off for a ride.
One of the things that you always have to remember, too, is how much downforce you lose when you come up behind another car, and all of a sudden that front axle, which has relied on tremendous aero downforce, goes into the void of the lead car, and all the weight comes off the front axle, and all of a sudden you're locking up front and sliding wide. Kev.
So you guys spotted it. There is damage on Dries Vanthoor's BMW M, but he was told, hey, there's nothing we can do about it. You just got to make the best of it and try to get to the finish.
Figure that aero effect is hurting his downforce, making it inconsistent, most importantly, Townsend, when he's on the brakes and coming in, because when that nose seals, it gives you big grip. When it releases, it takes that downforce away.
Think about the rate changes that engineers make on race cars, sometimes a millimeter at a time, up or down. That car's going up or down about 10 centimeters with every oscillation as the number 45 Ferrari has at least de-lambed or fully de-beated Danny Formal, the left rear of his Lambo.
Running in P3. Strong run. This Wayne Taylor run Lamborghini.
Oh, there's some heavy contact there.
This could bring out a yellow.
Yes, it is. Right on cue. Good call, Cal. For the 14th time in this Rolex 24, full course caution is out.
Does this allow GTP to make it home without another stop?
And importantly, does that allow BMW the time to change that nose and freshen up that car for Dries Vanthoor?
That's a good point, because you only have 4 cars on the lead lap in GTP, so not a lot to lose. And if you throw stickers on that you can reheat under the caution with a fixed nose, Vanthoor could be there. There's clearly been some huge contact to the left rear of the Dex Lambo.
23 hours down, we're into the final hour, and this is where nerves and energy and temperament are tested beyond belief. What does it mean to win the Rolex 24?
To win Daytona, the 24 hours of Daytona, is so special for many reasons.
It's got such a big stature, such a big name in world motorsports.
There's something about winning in the United States.
The biggest bucket list item for all of us here.
Winning it is just so special because it's so much energy, so much focus, so much work.
It's the first time I'd ever gotten really emotional for winning a race.
And to get that watch, that famous watch on the podium.
You can't buy one. You can have all the money in the world, but this watch you've got to earn.
Emmy winning The Traitors is back for an all-new season. Here we go again.
This game is torturous.
Dude, if I were them, I'd be scared.
Oh, I've missed this.
Wings and pizza here.
You mean pizza and wings?
16 boneless wings, 1 pizza, wings and pizza.
It's stuffed crust pizza. Pizza is the lead.
Wings and pizza. Guys?
Get a large 1-topping stuffed crust pizza and 16 boneless wings starting at $19.99. No one out-pizzas the Hut.
I told myself I was okay with my moderate to severe rheumatoid arthritis symptoms.
With my psoriatic arthritis symptoms. But just okay isn't okay.
And I was done settling.
If you still have symptoms after trying a TNF blocker like Humira or Enbrel, Rinvoq works differently. Rinvoq is a once-daily pill that can rapidly relieve joint pain, stiffness, and swelling as fast as 2 weeks for some. And even at the 3-year mark, many people felt this relief. Rinvoq can stop joint damage, and in PSA can leave skin clear or almost clear.
Rinvoq can lower ability to fight infections. Before treatment, test for TB and do blood work. Serious infections, blood clots, some fatal. Cancers including lymphoma and skin, serious allergic reactions, GI tears, death, heart attack, and stroke occurred. CV event risk increases in age 50 plus with a heart disease risk factor. Tell your doctor if you've had these events, infection, Hep B or C, smoked, are pregnant, or planning. Don't take if allergic or have an infection.
Done settling?
Ask your rheumatologist for Rinvoq.
And take back what's yours.
Sometimes the best beginnings start with a click. Start yours now and let the magic begin at Walt Disney World Resort.
Hi, you might know me from my other job, but I'm a business owner too. Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. Love it. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too. Sweet, right? And when we travel, we get access to over 1,300 airport lounges. I could get used to this. The Capital One Venture X business card. What's in your wallet?
Welcome to the U.S. Bank NBC Sports Report.
Almost time to hand out the hardware in the 63rd running of the Rolex 24, one of the most coveted trophies in all of motorsports, the Rolex watch. Marty Snyder, along with the NASCAR Hall of Famer Dale Jarrett, honored to be joined by 9-time Le Mans 24-hour winner Tom Christensen. And Tom, you have
that most coveted trophy in all of motorsports. I'm sure every driver in the world wants a Rolex watch.
Yeah, it's the greatest way to celebrate. Yeah, a fantastic drive through 24 hours, and I really envy the winning drivers here coming in now into the sprint towards the end. But I mean, there's nothing more fantastic than to put so much energy, the effort, the emotion, the whole journey during a race weekend into a lovely timepiece.
There you go. Yeah, with such a great career of yours, never ran this race. That's amazing to me.
Yeah, I never competed here, I have to be, and I envy it today. I mean, what a strong field, what a strong competitors, teams and drivers, and they have been doing really well. In my days, our cars, which we raced with in Sebring, I mean, I've won Sebring quite a lot, and doing the American Le Mans series with IMSA. I love racing in America, but we couldn't race here during those periods. And for sure, I would love to have been here to have tried it out. Most definitely.
DJ, there's still time. I'm saying you're this close to the Rolex watch. Maybe we can get you in next year, and you could run for a Rolex. Why not?
I'd love to have one, but those things are
Why
hard.
don't we team up? You know the place around here. And now you're first time here now. How do you enjoy the Rolex 24?
Been great.
The Rolex will be handed out in just under an hour.
This has been the U.S. Bank NBC Sports Report.
Okay, guys, instead of getting WeatherTech, I saved a few bucks and got some cheap foreign-made floor mats. But they really stink, so put these on.
Really, Gary? Mom, I'm thirsty.
Don't settle for cheap, stinky floor mats. At WeatherTech, we make our floor liners and cargo liners here in America out of pure, non-toxic American materials.
Dad, next time get WeatherTech. They don't stink.
I'm on it. Find out everything we have at WT.com.
I can't do it! Cut! This gap! It's just too big!
Bring on the double.
Aflac.
After my hospital stay, Aflac helped close the gap by paying me cash for expenses health insurance didn't cover. Nothing covers gaps better than the Aflac duck.
Aflac.
Get help with expenses health insurance doesn't cover. Find an agent, get a quote at Aflac.com. You do look like me.
My name's Jorge Gaviria, and this is my business, Macienda. We bring heirloom corn products from Mexico to every kitchen. I chose my Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because I earn unlimited 2% cash back on everything I buy. With no preset spending limit, my purchasing power adapts to meet my business needs. And I reinvest my 2% cash back to help grow our business with new products, like our tabletop masa mill. My Spark card helps me fulfill my mission of bringing masa to the masses. What's in your wallet?
The Pro Bowl games are here. Advance to the next level. Time to level up. Turn up and tune in to a two-day competition. Come on! As the league's biggest stars put their skills to the test. Take their games to the next level and go head-to-head in the flag football finale. Coached by Peyton and Eli Manning.
Amazing!
The Pro Bowl games, presented by Verizon, starting Thursday, January 30th. Flag football finale on Sunday, February 2nd.
What did you discuss with the Holy Father in that final meeting?
See the most astonishing performances of the year in hands down the best picture of the year.
You should be careful. I should pretend this conversation never took place.
But it has taken place.
Conclave.
Dating is impossible, and now people are dying. Can you?
I cannot.
How would you like to have a VIP weekend at this year's Motul Petit Le Mans race at Road Atlanta, just north of downtown ATL? Well, two lucky fans can do it. If you scan the QR code on the right-hand side of that graphic, with thanks to WeatherTech, you could be there October 10 to 12. Can they do 50 minutes? Very cool competition. Let's head to the pits. Here's Kevin Lee.
We're in the window for the final stop for the top class GTP cars, and that is a very quick stop for Matt Campbell right in front of the number 7 Porsche Penske. And here's the 24. Dries Van Tor came in second. Let's see what kind of track position he can pick up as he releases, Matt.
And they're trying to finish the service on the 60 Myers Shank Acura. Tom Blomqvist sits in the car patiently as those Michelins go on, and he sees the top 3 cars already exiting pit lane. Finally, he's away.
Wow, this is going to be fun.
Sure is.
4 GTPs, all on the same lap, all with sticker tires.
Didn't really
All
see
with
a lot,
fuel to burn.
Didn't really see a lot of attention on Dries Van Toor's front nose clip there, which surprises me. I mean, that looks so violent, and just the vision trying to find your marks when the car's jumping up and down like that, literally maybe going into these brake zones.
Maybe they looked at it, Calvin, like there's nothing we can do. You're just going to have to tough it out.
This 26-year-old Belgian has been spectacular at this year's Rolex 24. He put it on the pole position to give BMW M RLL, that's Rahal Letterman Lanigan, its first GTP pole in IMSA competition in this modern era, and then led the field to green. He's up against the two Porsche Penske Motorsport 963s, and then returning to IMSA competition this year, Acura Meyer Shank Racing. Yes, the same team you see in IndyCar competition, the same team that has won this event overall 3 times. It's back. It had a year away from sports car racing. That is the same team that took Helio Castro Neves to his 4th Indianapolis 500 win. So you got 3 really well-credentialed, established teams fighting it out with 4 cars all on the lead lap for the overall honors.
Meyer Shank essentially going for 3 in a row. They didn't run here last year, of course, but for the races that they've competed in, just an amazing record here at Daytona on the anniversary race back here in 2012. So many big event wins for that whole group, and they want to come back in a big way. They want to make a statement after the controversy of their 2023 win.
When there is an opportunity, if you're wondering why this caution is so lengthy, when there is an opportunity to get out there, race control will send the track sweepers out. We'll have a full inspection of the track, and especially when we've got just over 45 minutes to go to determine who will win this year's Rolex 24.
And sweeping the track allows for multiple lanes to open up if we get to side-by-side action, which we almost certainly will. Kevin.
Here's the one Paul Miller BMW, and Kelvin van der Linde is getting right side Michelins. He's going to get 4 Michelins to the left side. They talked about trying to do a short fill to pick up some time and then maybe save a little bit to the finish, Matt.
Christopher Mies gets out. Denny Olsen in, smooth and deliberate. The changers, Patrick Ripley and Hawke also trying to get those tires on, cleaning the grill. They're about done, Kim.
Lauren Heinrich has that Ruxy, that AO Racing Porsche in for service. Complete replenish here. Took 4 Michelin tires, VP Racing fuel. They told him we can win this. They've had a solid second half of the race.
And these cars can go almost 60 minutes. Green flag running on the board right now. We've got 46 minutes. There's still some cleanup, so we get extra fuel save there. By not pulling a full fuel load on board, Townsend, that means you're not carrying that extra weight. Could you give you that little edge in performance?
Absolutely. Every liter of fuel equates to lap time. The lighter it is, the faster it will go. It's going to be a lot of fun to see all these GT manufacturers optimized for the final stretch.
So the prototypes have been serviced, the GTD cars have been serviced. We're setting up for a restart to give these fans something to cheer about on the way home.
At Michelin, we don't just race for medals. We race to test, to learn, to find answers, to discover innovative ways. We race to take on challenges, to overcome technology limits, to improve the way we all move, to make possible what is not. No, at Michelin, we do not race just for glory. We race for change.
Get ready to defy expectations with Optimum's 100% fiber internet network. The best, fastest, and most reliable internet. Tap into the ultimate power for work, play, and gaming. Opt into Optimum. Get fiber internet starting at just $40 a month. Call, click, or visit a store.
There are some feelings you can get with any sportsbook.
The highs!
The no-no-nos.
The O-O-O's. Now, what you want to do with this?
But the feeling that no matter what, you're taken care of.
Oh, I just earned a hotel suite.
You only get that here at the sportsbook Born in Vegas, where they know how to treat you right.
Who you talking to, Jamie Foxx?
Bonus bets, exclusive offers, real-world rewards. BetMGM. Download and bet today.
COPD is an ugly reality.
Do you have his medical history?
I watch as his world just keeps getting smaller. But then, Trelegy helped us see things a little differently. With 3 medicines and 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps airways open for a full 24 hours and prevents future flare-ups. Once daily Trelegy also improves lung function, so he can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful all day and night.
Stay on the train until the ground settles.
Evacuate immediately.
She's crashing. Starting compression.
We've got 2 of our own down there.
Lieutenant Kidd, do you copy?
Lieutenant Kidd, do you copy?
I'm not sure. I'm Amy Poehler.
Oh, boy.
It all started coming in here to audition.
Some people are so nervous they can't even speak.
It was terrifying. My first audition, I threw up. It's a miracle that I'm sitting here right now.
What a gorgeous 63-degree day here in Florida. Daytona Beach, the one, the only. And we're not too far. We're just a few miles down the road from the shores of Daytona Beach. Send this race update brought to you by Rolex. It was Dries Vanthoor at 1:40 Eastern Saturday afternoon that saw the green first and got this 63rd Rolex 24 underway with his BMW power at the front. Let's scoot ahead to hour 5 and problems for Alex Palou.
Yeah, comes off of turn 5, left rear suspension brakes, then the drive shaft spins up. He's got no drive with the Acura machine. Has to get towed back to the garage. They lose about 40 laps.
Talk about fireworks at night. Well, they're in the sky and they're on the track. This was the big one. The Cadillac backing off the wall and absolutely clobbered by the number 2 LMP2 car from United Autosports. Drivers were able to walk away with some assistance, but understand everybody is okay. But it took out a lot of cars, including our colleague James Hinchcliffe.
Talk about the big one. We think this is a first. A NASCAR Hall of Famer, our DJ Dale Jarrett, setting off the fireworks. To hour 11.
Big hit here for Freddie Vesti aboard the Action Express Whelen Engineering machine. You can see the suspension looks like a brakes arm. He's just a passenger. Tries desperately to get this car back to pit lane, even in reverse. They end up in the garage as well.
Back to daytime hours, and the carnage continues. The number 1 BMW, the number 4 Corvette with Tommy Miller having a huge dispute as team tactics came into play.
So there's a snapshot of just some things that have gone down throughout this year's Rolex 24 in the daylight hours and in the night. And we're working our way slowly back to green. Field will compact here. We'll set up and then we'll be released. Can we go the final 40 minutes under green to determine the winners of this year's Rolex 24? The Acura Integra Type S is the official pace car, safety car of this year's Rolex 24. When you see the lights out, we'll go back to racing. Quick break, then we'll see green.
It's going to be absolutely able to drive that car.
Free your spirit. Burberry Her, the new eau de parfum, Intense.
Just follow the road. Still need your rent. To me.
Don't let her get away!
You can do anything. I know.
Rated PG.
Everything is fun on a trip to Texas. You could do this. Or try this. It doesn't even matter what you do.
Actually, it does matter. I'm obsessed with food and sports and music.
This is our trip to Texas. Go get your own. What is going on?
People love how the new Homes.com helps them get quick answers about any property by connecting them to the actual listing agent.
Oh, so I'm done?
Oh, no. We're still not sure everyone knows that we're the only site that always connects you to the listing agent rather than selling off your contact info. So we're gonna keep you up there a little while longer.
Okay, yeah, I'm getting great exposure.
Speaking of exposure, can we get him a hat?
Ooh, what about a beret?
Oh. Ding dong.
Homes.com. We've done your homework.
On the all-new Disney Destiny.
Join us, we go green here at Daytona International Speedway, and Matt Campbell of Porsche Penske Motorsport, who won this race last year, leads the field to green. Bottom box, GT Daytona Pro, it is on.
Vantor just rammed Matt Campbell, and that allowed Felipe Nasr to get by. It's Penske 1-2, and they're side by side.
Look at this GTD scrap down below in the bottom box. Meanwhile, for overall honors, Porsche versus BMW. Vantor is coming back.
He's on the outside now. They hit that high-speed kink right there on the infield. Nasr makes his mark stick. He is staying in P2, trying to chase down his teammate, Matty Campbell.
Once again, Laurent Vantor got into turn 1, Calvin, and outbraked himself and simply rammed right into the back of the Penske Porsche.
Just really worry about the downforce on his machine with that hit he took earlier in this race. Is that damaged his performance?
He might fall to third.
Don't discount the fourth car in the top box in shot. That's Tom Blomqvist, a winner of this race and a winner of this championship. Acura Meyer Shank is in touch with the BMW and the Porsches. There it is right there.
Where the tech key to victory. Save your best for last.
Damage to Vantor. The left front is rubbing massively.
Yeah, that bodywork is just coming ever looser as now at high speed, forcing it down on that tyre. So easy to cut that sidewall, and that would be a huge moment for Dries Vantor.
Well, not only for Vantor, but potentially other cars in the field. I think he needs to come to pit lane. This is dangerous.
This is it. And it might not seem that much. It may be a little innocuous, but it's going to be enough to hamper his cause and his run to victory. Or will it work itself out? He's got Tom Blomqvist all over him.
He's struggling for downforce. He's lost the balance in that race car completely. Look at that. Blomqvist slides to the inside. Now can Acura give chase to Porsche?
United Autosports LMP2 car, the 22 of Paul di Resta. He went off track. I'm not sure if you saw that or not. Exiting turn 1 and 2, went on the grass, Dylan. And this could be game over for di Resta as well.
Well, and this is actually an equipment interference penalty, and the only thing I can think of when they made those last pit stops, Sebastian Bourdais, who's a couple stalls down from that 22 car, hit the 22's pit sign on his way into the box. So not sure if that would qualify for that sort of penalty, but definitely happened down here at this end of pit road.
Wow, impeding another competitor in pit lane. What a brutal blow this late in the going. If you have problems, you have penalties, you need them early in this 24-hour race. Look at this battle down into turn 6, bottom of the screen. That's the 69 car of Schiller battling with the Corvettes. There's Rexy right in the mix as well.
3 wide.
And the BMW just grabbed 3 positions in the one move.
Just took the nose of Rexy and the teeth straight off. Rexy's going to need implants. Those things are gone.
Didn't know he had dentures.
Whoa. Oh, and the 24, Dries Vantor, he has missed. He missed the Le Mans chicane, and this thing is scuffing all the way back into pit lane.
It's undrivable at these sort of speeds. You need that aero effect on the front of the car, and it's just too badly damaged. I'm really surprised they didn't look at that nose in a little bit more detail on that pit stop under caution.
Might have just let loose right here in the brake zone. Just one too many hits. So now, if you're Porsche Penske Motorsport, what are you telling these two? Hold position or have at it. In IndyCar, Roger Penske lets his drivers go at it. in the Cup Series diff, which you cover full-time now. What do they say there?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it, but just don't take each other out and give the win to Acura Meyer Shank. And Tom Blomqvist, who's sitting nicely in third. What a shame for Dries Van Tor and BMW M Rahal Letterman Lanigan. Their chance for victory has gone with 34 minutes to go with that 24 on pit road.
We've seen it in this championship last year that Porsche and Penske want their guys to race. Don't take each other out. Don't hand that victory to Acura. But go race each other, but keep it clean. It's a fine line.
The difference could be traffic. As we look at the marching ants right now, Cal, it's going to be about another, maybe 3 laps until they come to the GTD field again. The GTD field they will encounter will be the most fiercely contested of the last 23 hours.
This is what you're talking about. Marching ants is a screen we have that really showcases where all of the cars' track position is. And this is some of the gaggle of traffic they're going to have to encounter at some point before the checkered flag.
There's a good example of the difference in speed between the GTD cars and the prototypes, but the 77 of Lauren Heinrich, that bright green car, sits 6th in class.
And that's just a parachute on the front end of that car right now. It just does not flow the air over that Porsche. You can see it's affecting his straightaway speed.
Even the headlights and now tire rub, just like what we saw with Dries Van Tor. The AO Porsche Rexy is smoking.
So it's game over for the victory for that team, for the championship winning team and that car. Meanwhile, it's Dennis Olsen who leads Alexander Sims, and then Kelvin van der Linde. 3 different manufacturers, top 3, Heinrich off track. He's got his hands full.
Big battle right there. That liquid moly car is Robbie Foley aboard the Turner Motorsports BMW M4. He sits in P3, trying to chase down the 27 car. Drudy sits in P2, and Matt Bell for Corvette and AWA Racing has the lead in GTD. You can distinguish the 2 classes in the GTs. Green side mirrors and such for GTD, and red for GTD Pro.
Moving it around to the second prototype class, LMP2 is blanketed by 1.6 seconds, first to second to third. We couldn't ask for it to be any closer, and Era Motorsport is the team that you see on screen right now. They could defend their win of last year with Paul-Louis Chaton at the wheel. Kim?
Yeah, they were able to stop before the caution, and then on the 3rd lap of that caution lap, Era looking for their 2nd straight Rolex win in the LMP2 class.
Behind is Besh and then Sebastian Bourdais. That's the top 3. You saw that problem for Paul di Resta earlier when he had to serve that penalty. So these 3 cars in shot shortly. You'll see them. And that is 1st, 2nd, and 3rd in class with 31 minutes to go. There they are.
What a recovery for the 18 car. Remember, he got taken out by Connor Zilisch and turned around. That gave Connor a drive-through penalty. But they now have the lead. Was the car damaged at all? Does he have 100% performance right now? Bourdais on the comeback trail as well. There he sits in the Tower Motorsports. Orica.
Up front, Matt Campbell and Nazar continue to circulate the gap, staying level at about a second, separating Nazar from his teammate and the leader. Blomqvist 1.7 seconds further back.
There's the 7 car on Nazar. One of his teammates is Nick Tandy. Should he get the victory here, it'd be the first driver in history to win the 4 big 24-hour endurance events here: Le Mans, Nürburgring, and Spa. But he's got his work cut out, or his teammate does right now, as the captain, Roger Penske, watches over the team's progress.
It looks to me like Nazar got a little wide in turn 1, and now Blomqvist is very much in the frame, close enough to get some help on the straightaways, and we'll have to see how quick can the Acura be through the infield.
They're all very even on energy stint length, and that should be more than enough to get them to the checkered flag. So it's wide open, flat out racing right now. No energy save to worry about. Just got to deal with this traffic. Campbell a little bit wide there. What was that downforce change that they made about a couple of hours ago? Has it given the car the edge, or has the balance changed as the ambient is heating up, as is the track temperatures? We get deeper into this 24-hour race.
Little trouble for Nasser there with GTD traffic diff, so that'll allow Blomqvist to get a little bit closer.
Speaking of Tom Blomqvist, in that HRC, the Honda Racing Corporation Acura for Meyer Shank, the global boss of HRC is here. Koji Watanabe is here from Japan. He was the honorary starter yesterday. Imagine if one of his cars could take victory at the Rolex 24.
With new McValue at McDonald's, you'll get more than you expect. All day, every day. Like a buy one, add one for $1 deal at everyone's favorite pit stop. Or when you've got to see the playoffs, get meal deals for the tailgate. And when you've got a few minutes before the bell to save on breakfast, get deals in the app. The choice is yours, and the choice with McValue is always more. Get more than you expect with new McValue at McDonald's.
Despite being on an antidepressant, I was still masking my depression symptoms.
My doctor said it could be because my antidepressant alone wasn't enough, so she recommended an add-on treatment. She recommended adding Rexulti.
When taken with an antidepressant, Rexulti was proven to significantly reduce depression symptoms, more than an antidepressant alone.
So with my antidepressant, Rexulti could provide a boost.
Elderly people with dementia-related psychosis have increased risk of death or stroke. Antidepressants may increase suicidal thoughts and actions and worsen depression in children and young adults. Call your healthcare provider right away to report new or sudden changes in mood, behavior, thoughts, or feelings, or if you develop suicidal thoughts or actions. Report fever, stiff muscles, and confusion, which can be life-threatening, or uncontrolled muscle movements, which may be permanent. High blood sugar can lead to coma or death. Weight gain, increased cholesterol, unusual urges, dizziness on standing, falls, seizures, trouble swallowing, or sleepiness may occur.
Could adding Rexulti
be right for you?
Ask your doctor about adding Rexulti.
Now Taxes is getting the TurboTax app and filing your taxes yourself 100% free if you didn't file with us last year. Now this is taxes. File free in the app by 2/18. When you switch to TurboTax, do it yourself.
So when I went to sleep, my jewels were here. And when I woke up, gone. The night's morning and I have no Nespresso coffee. Unforgettable. My jewels.
I must confiscate the evidence.
Don't forget to recycle.
Nespresso. What else?
Racing to the end of the Rolex 24, 26 minutes left, and the racing is crazy throughout all four classes. For the overall, Matt Campbell still leads Felipe Nasr and Tom Blomqvist, and there's only a second separating those top three in GTD Pro, in LMP2, and in GTD. All four classes have super tight battles. It's incredible. You're looking at first to second there. The two white and red and black prototypes for Porsche Penske Motorsport. Now this is in GTD Pro.
Yeah, and it's opened up a little bit right now. Dennis Olsen has gapped that Corvette. Battle for American muscle right up front in GTD Pro, followed by that BMW. The second of the Corvettes there now coming into the frame with young Nicky Veroni there.
Watching the 27 Aston Martin make a move on the number 13 Corvette.
The GTD lead. Drudy down to the inside. Forces it in there, gives him a little bump and run, makes the move. Wow, hardcore racing here in the final hour for the Rolex watch.
This is huge for that young man, Mattia Drudy, who just got a little forceful and got himself into the lead. His dad, Luca, raced here on debut 25 years ago and won in the era LMP2 car is around. The class leader, Paul Lou Chaton, what happened?
That is over in turn 1. Meanwhile, the Porsche Penske teammates are having some issues with traffic. The leader, Matt Campbell, had to check up big time for that P2 car. Nazar's going to have a chance to close here on the backstretch.
He's got a big run. Campbell slices it down to the inside. Can Nazar follow him through? By the time they get to the brake zone, he forces it down the inside.
Oh, Nazar's going to be right there because Campbell is checked up with a GTD. This could get wild.
These two were in the same car last year. They were teammates, and they both won a Rolex watch. Now they're going up against each other for overall honors in the Rolex 24.
Watch Nazar using the draft off the slower GTD cars to try to bump his top speed up and have a chance.
Weaving in and out of traffic at over 180 miles an hour. This is epic.
At 205 miles an hour right now as they hit the brakes, bringing it down to about 70, 80 miles an hour minimum speed through turn 1. Nazar's car is carving the corners better than Campbell. Campbell's got a bit of understeer in the front end of that car.
Campbell slid wide. Here comes Nazar to the outside of 3.
You're racing your teammate while working for the captain, Roger Penske. You've got to be as forceful as you can, but you can't rough your teammate up and make a mistake. It's all on the line here with 23 minutes to go.
They have gapped the Acura. That's great news for Nazar. He doesn't have to protect from behind right now. He just focus forward.
These guys are walking the tightrope between a career-making and a career-ending decision. Nazar, what does he do here in traffic? Goes to the inside. He'll have good traction and a perfect draft.
Nico Veroni was pretty good there for Matt Campbell. He gave him some room. He didn't close that corner off. Now Nazar's going to get the draft from his teammate. Here comes well, they're both defending race winners from last year. Nazar to the inside of Matt Campbell. Down on the line, down on the apron. He's going to have the inside run for the Le Mans chicane, and the Brazilian is out in front.
You talk about putting your entire career on the line for that move. Nazar goes below the yellow line, throws caution to the wind, and he is in front and maybe walking away.
Matt Campbell made a wise move there, just opened up, gave his teammate the run. Now he's trying to return the favor. He's picking up the draft. He flicks it to the outside through the tri-oval. 205 miles an hour. Who's going to be the last man on the brakes?
Campbell, it's tougher for where he is. Nazar's got the preferred line. You can't go side by side here. You run out of road. Nazar keeps the lead.
Gotta think that Campbell's on the radio saying, so that's how it's gonna be? Watch this.
Watch Blomqvist. He's closing back in on this battling duo of Porsches up front.
Porsche, Acura.
That last lap, Blomqvist was half a second quicker than the Porsches. He's closing in. They're fighting each other. They're compromising their lap times. They're trying to secure victory with 21 minutes plus to go.
Nazar just pushed wide in turn 5. This is going to allow Campbell to close a little bit more. Nazar's struggling now with his tires.
GTD Pro, bottom box, Dennis Olsen, Alexander Sims, and Kelvin van der Linde. You've got Ford, GM, and BMW, top 3. What a fight.
American muscle up front. I tell you what, that Corvette machine is showing a little bit more top speed than I saw earlier in this race. Tommy, saving the best for last. Pretty even right there.
A little bit of breathing room for both of the Porsche Penske drivers. There is 20 minutes left, and in about another 3 or 4 minutes, they'll catch GTD cars again, and it'll be wild and crazy all over again.
Nazar slides the front end of his machine now. As he pushed a little harder, those tires starting to give up a little bit.
Really cold temperatures through the Roar test days here, Calvin, and all through this weekend until now. This is the highest temperature that they've seen on track in 2025. These are uncharted territories for the drivers and the engineers. The key here is adapt. They haven't seen it before, so you've got to figure it out on the fly.
Look at this. Alexander Sims really turns up the pressure on Olsen now. The trio in that 3 of Danny Juncadella, Antonio Garcia, and the man behind the wheel, Sims.
Sims is just a master behind the wheel of one of these GT machines. We saw him win a GTP title in 2023 alongside Pippo Durrani, but he loves these race cars. GM felt he's a better man behind the wheel of one of these cars. Can he score a big win here at Daytona?
All right, while we're in this break, you're at home. Pick your winner. Is it going to be Nasser, Campbell, or Blomqvist? Overall, we'll answer it when we come back.
Don't hold back, cause you woke up in the morning with initiative to move, so I'll make it harder. Don't hold back. Galvanize.
Every day, Michelin innovates to move the world forward on the road and far beyond. Michelin, motion for life.
Defy expectations with Optimum Fiber. Get the best internet at our best price, now starting at just $40 a month. Plus, get a 5-year price lock and a $400 prepaid MasterCard on us with faster speeds. Call or go online today.
At BetMGM, everyone gets a welcome offer. So whether you're courtside trying to hit the over or up here trying to hit the under, or hitting that win with your crew. Oh, yeah, the defense. Throw way up here with a same-game parlay. Yeah! BetMGM's got your back. Get your welcome offer and play with the sportsbook born in Vegas. Oh, this easy. Really?
Get up to a $1,500 new customer offer and bonus bets when you sign up now. BetMGM. Download and bet today.
When your business is on the path to AI, Dell AI Factory with NVIDIA can quickly implement the AI you need, help keep your data secure, and give you the flexibility to keep moving forward.
The bold Louisiana flavor and crispy crunch of Popeye's signature chicken is the meal your craving deserves. And now you can get 3 pieces for just $5 and make it a meal for only $3 more.
Love that chicken from Popeyes.
My name's Jorge Gaviria, and this is my business, Macienda. We bring heirloom corn products from Mexico to every kitchen. I chose my Spark Cash Plus card from Capital One because I earn unlimited 2% cash back on everything I buy. With no preset spending limit, my purchasing power adapts to meet my...
Let's take you all the way home in this Rolex 24 for a thriller of a finish. Who is going to do it? Brazil's Felipe Nasser for Porsche Penske Motorsport leads his teammate Matt Campbell of Australia. And then the British-born Kiwi in Tom Blomqvist sits third for Acura Meyer Shank Racing.
Just a lead change in GTD. Matt Bell makes a big bold move down to the inside. There you see it, the gold and black colored car roughs up Drudy a little bit, but that's for the lead in GTD. Drudy comes back at him side by side through the tri-oval, Townsend.
I don't think Drudy's going to forget how Matt Bell just chewed up his left door and maybe even his mirror. Drudy now to the inside, does the crossover. They'll be side by side through turn 2.
I think this is a little payback because Drudy started it earlier. Bell's got the inside line for the international hairpin.
Oh, Drudy played that pretty clean. He could have easily driven Matt Bell straight off into the grass. Matt Bell now drives Drudy over once again.
That 20 car is not in the mix. He is laps down.
Drudy just took contact from the prototype on his right front.
So the orange car you see in shot to Calvin's point, that's not in this fight. It's between the black and gold AWA Corvette of Matt Bell. Meanwhile, we go back up the front. Pretty equidistant, first to second to third. Nasser to Campbell to Blomqvist. Has that blue and white Acura got anything? Tom Blomqvist, a 2-time overall winner of this event and a series champion. Can he take the fight to Penske?
Well, I'll tell you what, Diff, if you think back to Blomqvist in qualifying, where this guy is willing to place his race car to make passes, even in qualifying, Blomqvist absolutely fearless at Daytona, almost wrecked his car just to make this race. Watch this. The slower Lamborghini was holding him up, and then the Lambo throws a block on Blomqvist. He almost loses control beneath the apron, on the apron, and they go at it again for qualifying. So Blomqvist, if he gets a sniff, he's going to absolutely lean in.
Yeah, he certainly will, and I think that really complicates the situation on the pit box with Roger Penske, with Porsche Motorsports, in terms of, do you let your two guys fight and open up the door for this Acura to sneak in? Because you know you give Tom half a chance, he's going to go for it. Or do you tell them to settle in and let Matt Campbell become the wingman for Felipe Nasr and bring home a 1-2?
When you watch Lundqvist's car over the last 5 laps, one thing I'll note is he doesn't appear to be out of shape at all. He's hitting every apex. He doesn't appear to be challenging his tires. Is it possible that he's smart enough and experienced enough to know that if you save it for the last 6 or 7 minutes and then unleash the beast, while the Penskes were fighting, did they use up too much of their Michelin rubber?
The key is, does it stay green? One yellow would probably eat up the clock, so that's a big risk, but I hear what you're saying, Townsend. He is a smart driver. He's very poised.
And he's been hitting his marks.
The quartet in this car. You can't do it all alone. You've got to have teammates, and Tom's teammates are terrific. Indy cars, Felix Rosenqvist and Scott Dixon, a 3-time winner in this event in his own right, a 4-time class winner. And then you've got sports car veteran and championship winning driver Colin Brown, who is his teammate for the full season. But it's in Tom's hands to take it home and take the fight to the Penske duo. Is it possible? It is so close with just 13 minutes left here in Daytona for the Rolex 24.
Here you leave today and enter
a world of galaxies.
A world of speed.
A world of other worlds.
For whatever you love, infinite worlds await.
Thanks to this tourism commercial, you can imagine yourself on a trip to Texas. Just think, you could make this exact memory. You could even post this exact same picture.
That's not how it works. This vacation is taken.
It's our I can't believe my eyes trip to Texas.
This is our trip to Texas. Go get your own.
Hi. You might know me from my other job, but I'm a business owner too. Here at Once Upon a Farm, we chose the Capital One Venture X business card. With no preset spending limit, our purchasing power adapts to meet our business needs. Love it. And unlimited double miles means we earn more too. Sweet, right? And when we travel, we get access to over 1,300 airport lounges. I could get used to this. The Capital One Venture X business card. What's in your wallet?
Hey, Clark, son. Boat, a crowd.
With plaque psoriasis, even the thought of an itchy situation can throw you off your game. Otezla is the #1 prescribed pill to treat plaque psoriasis.
Car, run!
Yes.
Otezla can help you get clearer skin and reduce itching and flaking.
It's a bird!
It's a plane!
Doctors have been prescribing Otezla for over a decade. Don't use Otezla if you're allergic to it. Get medical help right away if you have trouble breathing or swallowing, swelling of the face, lips, tongue, throat, or arms. Severe diarrhea, nausea or vomiting, depression, suicidal thoughts, or weight loss can happen. Tell your doctor if any of these occur and if you have a history of depression or suicidal thoughts.
Baby!
What? Go!
Football!
Yes! Yeah!
With less itchy redness, game night is a great night. Live in the moment. Ask your doctor about Otezla. Scan to learn more.
Satan is a stabilizing force in my life. He went from being a night stalker to the sex symbol.
I saw somebody who was complete evil.
This fight only intensifies with 10 minutes remaining. We're going to take you all the way to the checkered flag here, not only up front, but in the GTD class as well. Check this out. The fight between Corvette and BMW just got ugly.
24-year-old Nico Varone out of Buenos Aires just gets a little bit too aggro here. Takes the BMW out. It doesn't stop there. Passes his teammate, but almost certainly will get a drive-through penalty from race control.
That was part one.
This was earlier. This is the BMW on Alexander Sims. And they really battle out right down into this next brake zone, which is turn 6. Then they're up on the oval, side by side. Look at Sims put the squeeze on. Then who's going to be the bravest? They touch right there. Argy-bargy at 170 miles an hour. What a brilliant move by Alexander Sims.
Just go back, if you weren't with us on Peacock, there's bad blood between these two teams from earlier in this race. Especially from the Corvette side, they thought that the BMW guys weren't playing fair with the second Paul Miller car. So this is a continuation. That wasn't an isolated incident. This has been brewing for hours.
This is great for Ford. Olsen now up front in the 65 Ford Mustang has a 2+ second lead. But it's now 2 yellow Corvettes giving chase, but you got to feel that Moroni may get a penalty.
Now that black and yellow Corvette is the GTD class leader, Matt Bell, who hasn't won in IMSA since Petit Le Mans, going all the way back to 2014.
Drive-through, to your point, you guys predicted it. Drive-through penalty for car 4, the Corvette of Nico Veroni.
Watch Blomqvist. Look at Blomqvist, who's got a great run on Matt Campbell, who got checked up big time in this traffic.
Really did. He makes the run around the outside. GT car should open up and give him that inside lane. Got to be so careful there on the brakes. He gets the nose tucks, he slides it. Dirt tracks it across the apex.
Meanwhile, Felipe Nasr, the race leader, look at him up ahead. He's loving it. He's more than a second out in front of his teammate, who's trying to handle the challenge from Tom Blomqvist. Just 8 minutes left in this Rolex 24.
That is huge. They've got about a half dozen cars immediately in front of them. The relatively clean air, which may get them to the checkered flag.
About 5 laps to go for Felipe Nasr, and as a driver right now, you're looking in your mirror and you tell yourself, I've got the gap, I've got 5 laps to go, hit your marks, focus forward, and just be the most precise you've been all weekend long. This is when it matters the most.
Think about this, fellas. As we see that Corvette come to pit road, the captain, Roger Penske, it was 55 years in between overall wins from 1969 to last year. He has the chance to go back-to-back.
Yeah, and he's looking for a 1-2 start to this year. Calm, cool, and collected. He's been here so many times. He knows it's not over yet, with 7 minutes still on the board.
Sebastian Bourdais leads Paul di Resta and Felipe Fraga. Just over a minute, blanketing those top 3 in LMP2. That has been a terrific fight. We've shown you GTD Pro, Olsen over Sims over Prio, and then in GTD, Matt Bell over Guven and Drudy, Corvette over Porsche and Aston Martin.
Look in GTD, the Iron Dames, the all-female driver lineup sit in P5. They're only 4 seconds back of the lead. What a performance. Michelle Gadding, Porsche factory driver behind the wheel of that Porsche. There you see them, that pink-colored machine. Iron Dames, supported by Deborah Meyer.
Cal, guess who's spotting for this car? Jackson Bell.
Yeah.
Jackson Bell.
My 21-year-old son, he's been given the task to bring the Dames to the finish. And I'm looking at that race car. I can judge a spotter by the bodywork, and that thing looks to be pristine. So well done, young man.
Under 6 minutes to go. And
Blomqvist.
Here comes Tom Blomqvist around the outside. Campbell on the inside. The Acura for Meyer Shank Racing. They'll go side by side. Is Blomqvist far enough ahead? He won't back out now, will he? Or he has to. Campbell won't let him get that second spot.
This is just hurting their lap time and allowing the leader, Nasr, to escape ever further down the road. Nasr is loving life right now.
I asked Felipe Nasr in the lead up to this race, when you brought it home last year, what was that final stint like? What was that final stanza like on the radio? The vibe, the feeling, the communication. And he said it's tense, but we know what to do. You know what's on the line. You've got to stay calm, stay focused, and do what you've been doing all before to just get it to the checkered flag. And now the 32-year-old Brazilian is less than 5 minutes from doing it in consecutive years. What an honor to take it to the line.
You just think about Nazar's career in Formula One, coming to IMSA now, everything he's achieved at the top level of motorsport. And Cal, he's still just 32 years old. He has so much in front of him. And if he can keep this kind of dominant performance up, the sort of decisiveness that he exercised to pass his teammate, bold, brave, a risk taker, but making it work today.
Battle here with the 120. It's a car that's out of position, that he's on his flank right now. Here comes the battle. Blomqvist sits in second. He's got around Campbell. He's got the run. Does he have enough time with 4 minutes on the board? That should be 3 laps to try and chase down that lead Porsche Penske machine. Acura coming on strong at the finish.
Could it be a fairy tale for Mike Shank and Jim Meyer, missing the IMSA season last year, returning with the Honda Racing Corporation and Acura, and they're 1 position, they're 1.8 seconds away from being in the lead of this race in the final 3.5 minutes.
Now we get the answer to the question I wondered, which was how much has Blomqvist been saving his car and his tires? Can he start to eat into that lead? 1.8 is the gap to Nazar right now. I'm watching every apex, every acceleration point. Is he pulling away from Campbell? It would appear so.
Be 2.5 laps to go to see the checkered flag here. I'm not sure he has enough time without some help in traffic, where Nazar may be balked.
Got that clean air. Let's see what the Acura can do. There's the fight. First and second. And we'll give you a time check. You can watch the graphic into the Le Mans chicane. They've only got to do this another 2, maybe 3 times.
Felipe Nasr, he struggled with these new hybrid machines when they debuted back in 2023, but then he got his head around it. The sparkle came back in his eye, and boy, did it showcase itself in their performance.
And I'm sure Blomqvist is desperately looking up the road in front of Nazar and asking his team, when are we going to find traffic again? I'm looking on the tracker map, and I don't know if it's going to happen. I think we'll see the white flag next time by.
Think about some family stories and a bittersweet moment in the Vantor family, because Felipe Nasr, one of Felipe Nasr's teammates, is Lawrence Vantor, the brother of Dries, who started on the pole driving the BMW, had that damage, and he went out of contention to fight for a podium and a win. Vantor that's Lawrence, the older brother, is headed for victory here at Daytona, along with Nick Tandy and Felipe Nasr.
Yeah, and for Tandy, he may become historically the first man, the first driver ever to win all 4 big 24-hour races. Overall, incredible stuff.
Blomqvist is digging. He's not giving up. He is still trying. This race is not over. There may only be a 1.5 minutes to go.
He's a tenth slower through the first sector than Nasr, so Nazar's got the speed through that first sector. Let's see what happens in sector 2, where finishes right on the approach of this Le Mans chicane.
Remember, it was 1.8 seconds last lap. 1.7 is the gap now.
Nazar's got the pace.
The bus stop.
He's got the pace, Townsend. A further 2/10 gap that he established in segment 2.
Don't wreck it. Felipe Nasr out in front, and he's going to get the sign that you're almost home. There it is. 1 more lap for Porsche Penske Motorsport. 1 more lap of Daytona International Speedway's road course for Felipe Nasr.
Not much traffic up ahead. Next car on the road is Rexy, the number 77 Porsche, quite a ways down the stretch.
Folks, after almost 24 hours of racing, 3 of the 4 classes have the top 2 separated by less than 2 seconds. That's what IMSA is all about. That is epic. And that's what modern-day endurance sports car racing is all about.
Unbelievable when you think about all the drama, and if Nasr can hang on here, he will pull this off in the best possible way. Beating your teammates straight up, having to make the anxious decision of how hard to race with your team, Penske, running 1-2. How aggressive can I be? Do I put it all on the line? He did, and it has paid off.
One more blast around the high banks, and he may grab another victory here. What a performance by the whole group.
He reached a massive objective in what most drivers dream of, and that's getting to Formula One. He raced for Sauber, didn't get the big ride, maybe with Mercedes or Ferrari or Red Bull, but that's okay. He's found his natural home in sports car racing, driving for Roger Penske and Porsche. And as he did a year ago, Brazil's Felipe Nasr has done it again, and so too has Porsche Penske Motorsport. Felipe Nasr wins the Rolex 24 at Daytona. And the captain continues his global domination of motorsport. IndyCar, NASCAR, sports car, they do it all.
Seb Bourdais driving the number 8 Tau Motorsports machine, looking for another victory here at Daytona as well. Put it on his resume.
Bourdais has won in class, he's won overall, and get this man another watch. Sebastian Bourdais and Tower Motorsports have done it. John Ferrano, Sebastian Alvarez, and Jo van Uytvanck, they do it. How about in GTD Pro? What a fight this has been.
How close do you like it? He's got 1% energy left on board.
Big moment for Ford and Dennis Olsen. The 28-year-old from Norway gets it done. His previous best finish was third. They will win today, and the crew is pumped.
And in GTD, Matt Bell in the AWA Racing Corvette wins that class. Phenomenal, and that was hard fought. There was a lot of banging and pushing and shoving, but they've done it. The AWA Corvette team victorious. But here it is overall. Roger Penske had to wait 55 years to get overall wins, and now he's done it back-to-back. Let's hear from the captain.
And it's also the 20th overall here at Daytona in the 24 for Porsche. Roger, what were you thinking down the stretch with 20 minutes to go when your two cars were fighting out for the lead?
Well, we had talked to them about not racing each other, but obviously these guys are racers, and fortunately we didn't get into trouble. I've said that before, but a terrific job by the whole team. When you think about all the drivers we had, they ran strong all day, and the cars, you know, this Porsche car we have has just been amazing, and to think we did it 2 years in a row is it's a credit to all the people here, all the people that are here, that one's from Germany, from Weissach, and from Porsche, and our team here. So we've got one organization, and now we've been able to say we did it again.
Congratulations. 2024 was pretty special. 2025 starts out the right way for Roger Penske and Porsche Penske here at the Rolex.
Roger has these small coins that he gives out, and on one side it has the Penske logo. On the other side it says effort equals results. And there it is. The proof is on track. Felipe Nasr has done it again. He drives his team and that number 7 car home for victory with Nick Tandy and Lawrence Vanthoor.
in your foosball. Water boy. She let me see her boobies, and I like them too. Fair enough. Can't exactly blame you. Can't exactly blame you.